haunted.
I hear the voices inside my head, see voices behind the wall, uplifting the underdog, we fighting above the law.
Hello. Here, let me close my room here. I look crazy right now. I'll say hello. See my purple crazy hair. Hello, hello. I'm gonna eat. So I'm gonna keep my camera off, but I'll pull myself together and look civil tonight and have my camera on, okay? Because tonight's gonna be a lot. It's gonna be so I don't even know where to start here. So you guys know, the Wells called. Well, I was live last night, and I made it private. They didn't ask me to. In fact, I said, "Hold on." It was Candace calling, and I expected she was gonna bitch at me right away, just bitch me outright. That's not the Candace that I got. When they found out that we were giving something to TBI, Dawn texted me after, as I was laying in bed. I had taken my sleeping medication, and he was upset because I guess he must have went on to make sure, because I was like, no, you guys are not on the live stream, so they probably went to check, so they caught the end there where Mr. Cher said she's going to call TBI, or I said I'm going to call TBI, whatever. So he got upset with that. But there's been several times where Don has said that if I ever hear them say anything that's questionable, he understands that I report to law enforcement. Donald, I think you've told me that you said that you understand by law I need to do that. And so I did that, I'm sorry. I better safe than sorry. So yes, I did do that. Now, my dad was on the phone last night for the conversation, and he didn't want to talk to them. They said hello, they said a few things to each other, and then my dad kind of sat back and just listened to Dawn and Candace talking. Dawn kept saying, "Did your dad really do what you said he did?" I'm like, dude, you literally talked to my dad. And one thing I want to mention, because people are saying in the comments, for one, calling my dad a serial killer is a stretch, okay? That's ridiculous. And how you're even in the true crime realm and can even say that when, like, if you don't know, like, what makes a serial killer or what. And then also some of you listing some of the crimes my dad has committed and saying, oh, if he really did that, he wouldn't be out. Absolutely false in Canada, absolutely false in British Columbia. British Columbia prisons are always overly populated, and there's very, very bad men running loose around there. It's absolutely not the same sentencing and system in Canada as it is in the States, okay? So, y'all think what you want. And now there's a reason why my dad was very, very upset when he found out. He was like, why didn't you tell me about his stepsisters being molested, or saying, or him admitting that? So, and I wasn't giving my dad all the information at once. I wanted him to slowly hear it and judge his own and form his own opinion. So yeah, I didn't tell him about that right off the bat. I didn't. And my dad's upset. Men who go to prison, and I think who are protective of children, are highly respected by people in prison and in the free world. Does that make sense to you guys? You see how he's, sir, so people that, some of you guys know. Oh, welcome to the crazy train. Luann Hunter, choo choo, and Kristen Nobes, thank you so much. Welcome to the crazy train, choo choo. So and I didn't think of this. A few people have left me comments and hello, everyone new coming in. And I didn't really, 'cause I didn't think of it. But so when I didn't tell my dad about that part and he had a conversation with this man, he goes, baby girl, would I have known that on our first conversation would have went a whole lot different. And so then he listened in last night. He said hello. He was, they were being very, very respectful to my father. I always thank them for that. They call him sir. They do not yell at him. I mean, they raise their voice because they're like trying to talk over each other, but no, they respect my father. Also, I want to say, has my dad made decisions that are horrible? My dad owns his shit, okay? He's paid his price for things. And you guys aren't going to talk any shit that's going to bother him or me, but yeah, I'm going to get mad. You guys know I'm protective. So yeah, of course, when you're going to talk shit about my fucking dad, I'm going to get fucking protective. He has done stupid things. He has hurt people for not good reasons too. Okay. So it is whatever. So thank you, Punksy. Okay, so the reason why is because that's something I did confide in Don about my father and about what I've done in other cases, and I told him a lot about my father. I wasn't in touch with my father. So Don and Candace had said that they were praying a lot that I would reconnect with my father. And if you don't know, I actually hadn't connected with my father. I have spoken to him. I'm 38 years old. And I haven't seen my dad since I was 5 years old. And I last spoke to my dad right before he got out of prison. And at that time, he didn't want to, he didn't want freedom. He has actually begged the prison to keep him, okay? And he would always tell me, I'm better off in prison. I'm better off in prison. I'm safe and other people are safe if I stay in prison. That's my dad's mindset, but he was institutionalized, okay? And at that point, I told my dad, well, I don't know how I'm going to explain all this to my children, and there's certain things you've done that I don't want to tell my kids their grandpa done. And anyways, he said to me, I have nothing to offer you, Sherry. I'm sorry. I just I'm institutionalized. I want to stay in prison, and this isn't no father for you. I have nothing to offer you. And that really fucked with me for several years. And I thought when he said that to me, I'm like, well, fuck you. You have nothing to offer me? Fuck you, Dad. You have your time now to offer me. You know what I'm saying? So I was very in a hateful mode, and I told Don that. I was like, I didn't, but then Don was like, no, I don't think so. Just pray for your dad. And so as much bad you want to talk about Don, yeah. Hey, Northern Lights. Hey, Dinky. But anyhow, I was very, very upset at him for saying that to me. I'm like, seriously? I find you after all this time. I find you. I reach out to you, and that's the response I get. Well, fuck you too, Dad. You're no better than Mom now to me. Fuck you. I will never see. I went 38 years without pretty much speaking to you. I'll go the rest of my life. Fuck you too. Then bye. Out. And that's how I felt for several years. And then how long has it been? 6 weeks, a lot less than 6 weeks, maybe for the past month. I reached out to my dad's brother's wife, who said, hey, your dad actually called. He used his neighbor's phone to check in. He's out of prison. I said, oh, really? Okay. So then I thought about it, and that went by for a couple months. And then maybe less than 2 months, and I just didn't think of it. And then all of a sudden, because when everyone's Facebook and message me, people go, every new message, people go down. So then I didn't see her in message. And then I went back. I ended up going back one day, reading through messages and getting caught up. And I went on, I guess technically I can call her my aunt because she's married to my dad's brother. So I went on my aunt's message again, and I said, you know what? Leave my information with him. If he doesn't reach out, I'm already prepared for that. That's okay. But let him know that I'm here in Canada. And if he's out and you think he's, trying to do good, just give him my information, should he want it. And he did. He called me. And he, for the first time, I heard a different man. Like he's different now. He feels horrible for what he said to me several years ago, but you know what? I don't blame him. Like it hurts and it sucks to think about it, like, because I remember my feeling in that moment. But I have to remember he's his own human and went through his own shit too. And so, like, his feelings aren't really normal. He's had head injuries and stuff too and all that. So I have to let him have his feelings. He's been through hell as well and lived his own life. And I have to remember, like, we're kind of strangers getting to learn each other. You know what I mean? So I have to be okay with how he was feeling. So I understand why he said that to me, and he just wasn't ready then. So, and yeah, I kind of want to get off that topic. I don't know why. It's not like sad, but it's really sad. So, okay, yesterday. Thank you. Get me back on track here. So yesterday, my dad is on the phone listening to what they're saying and just listening, not really saying anything, after they said hellos, whatever. And, Candace was pretty excited. They love my dad. They seemed very, very, very on edge. And, I don't know if they were drinking. I feel like they were drinking and drunk. So they were going on and on and on. And what they ended up saying, I recorded some things. He was talking about how he was in this one gang. He said, I take it a little bit racial, so I don't know. I'm going to play some clips tonight. And I do have to say, when I said I had to call TBI and I have a clip, I was told today, I spoke with TBI last night and now again today. And they, confirmed. So the tip that I sent in did get vetted through and they have that. And I said, okay, would that be okay to share on my podcast at all? Or should I leave that voice memo out for now? Or, I don't want to do anything bad or wrong, And she said, if you want to share it, we can't really tell you not to, but we prefer that you do not share that voice memo with your followers right now. And I said, okay, that's fine. I will not share that one. It is not a confession. It could be taken as motive though. And if you guys, all I pictured is I all of a sudden heard this, and they were saying a few things before, which you will hear tonight, which made me think, maybe I should be recording this somehow, but I didn't know how I could record it. And so Cher was up on the computer, but I'm like, oh shit, I have both phones, right? So I go on Facebook Messenger between me and my husband, and I just start voice memoing them talking. And they said something that all of a sudden I could, like, I just felt fucking sick. Mr. Cher came down here to check on me, like, what's going on? Like, everyone's on the edge of their seat, like, what is happening? I said, I think I just got something here. I said, they didn't confess to doing it, but they definitely, like, I said, you need to hear, like, it was crazy. But then Don and Candace are still talking, and they're still saying shit that is wild to me. Okay, so at the end of that phone call, and this is when they hung up, my dad says, Sherry, I never want to hear from them again. Please do not put me on another phone call with those people. what they ended up doing, hey, Mama Linda, what that phone call ended in was Don and Candace begging for my daddy's help. Sherry, what I'm really saying, did your dad really do this or that in prison? Sherry, we need your daddy's help right now. We need your dad's help right now. What I'm saying is we really need your dad's help right now. And it was very disturbing. And I was like, okay. Oh my God, it was weird. So it was weird. It's like, what do you want my dad to tell you? It's almost like he wanted to have like some weird convo. Like, what do you want my dad's help with? Like, I don't understand. Like, it was really bad. And so I hang up that call and I'm like, Dad, like, oh my God, Dad, what do I do? And he goes, you know, call me back. I want you to call me, let me know after you do whatever. So then I need Mr. Cher. So we end the live. I had Mr. Cher. I'm like, tell me I'm not fucking crazy, right? Listen to this. So he listened to them. He goes, that's not fucking right. Like, let's go. So he gets on the computer to send it in an email. And then I'm like, okay, this is 9:30 our time last night and then I'm like, nope. So then I called them. I said, I'm sending in something in the voicemail. And then I played it for them too on the phone last night. So then when I got up this morning, I called them again. I said, I just want to make sure that got through to you guys, right? And they said, yes, we have that. And I said, okay. And I said, what should I keep that one private from my followers, or would that be okay to play on my channel? And they said, you do what you want, but we're going to say we prefer you do not show that clip. And I said, okay, deal. So I'm not going to play that clip, but I've given you a gist of what it could be about. But the wording in it and everything, you guys, it's you see, I did a community post of Casey Anthony's tattoo. Do you remember that at all? The tattoo that she got, when she got it, and what that tattoo meaning is? Anyone? It was a lot like that. So anyways, I'm not really sure what, but yes, they both did. Candace and Don were like, Cher, we really need your dad's help now. Like, well, I'm saying Cher, and Candace is like, yes, like, we need his help. And then Don came back and he was like, seriously, we need your daddy's help. And all I could think was, you're fucking trying to get information from my dad and what he's learned on the inside here to try and help you with what? Like, what? How the fuck is my dad going to help you guys? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's so fucked up. And I know some people, oh, she did this for dramatics and TBI. Oh, look at, she ended it for dramatics. She just, blah, blah, blah. I heard you, Molly. Shut the fuck up, okay? I understand how that looked, but at the same time, a lot of you were watching and you know, if I was all in for it for views and dramatics, that entire call would have been on the podcast. Okay. So that's exactly Crystal G. So it rubbed us all wrong. And yes, we hung up and my dad goes, no, I can't talk to them ever again. I said, okay, that's done deal, Dad. I understand. He goes, and I really don't like you talking to them. I said, so should I not talk to them if they call me? And he goes like, well, you know, you got to do what you're going to do. And for some reason, he keeps talking to you. And for some reason, he also loves to bash you. He's got this thing going on. He's like, so you do you. I can't really tell you, but he said, I don't like it. So that's my dad's take on it. What if you transcribed the voicemails and read them instead of playing the voicemails? What I can say to you is you take the meaning of Casey Anthony's tattoo, and that is what they discussed with me. There was a discussion about how hard it was for Don to be working 7 days a week, a discussion about how she always had them kids, and he was always at work, but now there's less work and no kids, and, you know, beautiful life type of theme to it. Okay. That is, it's just when you, yeah. Yeah, that's as much as I can really say. It's as much as I can really say. I hope I'm. It made me sick to my stomach because all I pictured was Casey Anthony's tattoo. It's literally all I could see in my eyes was the tattoo. That tattoo. That tattoo. So it's so sick. I can't even imagine. It's 7.5 months and almost her 6th birthday, and this is the shit that I'm hearing. Fucking disturbing. Disturbing. So tonight I'm gonna play for you some old audio clips. I'm gonna throw up even just thinking about it. I'm gonna play for you guys tonight some kind of older clips. Chris McDonough done an interview, and he was kind of pointing out the different predators and how they try to manipulate people. And I have one where he's literally trying to get his dad to confess that his stepsisters tried to sexually molest him. Like he was just trying to do everything to drag his sisters. Now, trigger warning, they will not want to watch tonight because he talks nasty about them. But not only that, he tries to bring their father into it and get them to say nasty shit about these women. And all I could think of is, you're right, that's a predator thing to do. And he's trying to manipulate his fucking sickly father into the game. This voice memo is definitely you hear the monster in him for sure, because it's very sick. I've got a few memos from last night I can share, but I just cannot share that one. And that one is about the one I can't send is a minute and 20-second minute and 20 seconds long. But I'm sure I'll be able to share that at one point, you guys. Yeah, Bella Vita. It's a beautiful life, right? And when did she get that tattoo? Wasn't it after her daughter was missing for a month and a half, or 31 days? Yeah, it's hard when I planned the shows and then spoke to TBI. I'm like, oh shit. They have actually never told me before not to share something. That's the first time they've told me that. No, I'll be playing some things from last night. No, they can't make an accessory out of me. Everything's been turned to TBI. I've asked TBI, should I talk to Don, or do they want me to talk to him or not? Guess what? Head agent there told me to talk to him as long as I'm comfortable. So thank you. Bye-bye. It means it's a beautiful life. Her tattoo means beautiful life, I believe. Yeah, but when you think about it, I just couldn't imagine. It's almost her daughter's 6th birthday, and she's still missing, and it's only been 7.5 months. And yeah, I honestly don't even know what to say, you guys. I probably shouldn't have done this show and just waited till tonight. I'm sorry. No, she did not get a tattoo. I just want you to realize it's the tattoo that she got, what the tattoo means, and when she got that tattoo. Love you too, Special Spills. So Casey Anthony, let's talk about Casey Anthony's tattoo. Her daughter, Kaylee Anthony, was missing for 31 days. She was found out at the tattoo parlor getting a tattoo and partying and drinking. And the tattoo means beautiful life. It's a beautiful life, if I'm not mistaken. So if you think about that, you can kind of figure the conversation I sent to TVI. It's the best as I can do. I want you guys to know what was said, but I can't play the recording. They definitely spoke how Casey Anthony acted when her daughter was missing. Is that good? Is that good enough for y'all? Donna and Candace know I actually don't record everything, and they know that, or else, trust me, my channel would have had a lot more content on there. So no, I'm not that YouTuber. People that know me well, no, I do not record everything. So trust me, I would have had 6.5 months of video calls and phone calls recorded and put up on my channel then. And if I did shit like that, I would have just stayed on the live stream last night with them on the phone. Yeah, so my dad won't talk to Don and Candace anymore because of the knowing about. He said, wait, Don admitted to doing that to his sisters? I said, yeah. He goes, okay, so he admitted it. I'm like, yes, Dad, it came out of his mouth. And he was like, okay, well then, done deal. I was like, yep. I said, I can play for you. I can let you hear him saying it and admitting it, but it's okay though, because he said sorry. And when my dad heard that, he was like, excuse me? He said, what? I said, no, it's okay though, because he said sorry. And my dad goes, I'm never talking to him again. Yep. That's not all that was said though. I mean, I'm talking about So I don't know what they would have wanted to talk to my dad so bad for help with. Like, what did they want my dad to help with? I don't even know. It's so weird. Yeah, exactly. So he's done. Yeah. Yep. I honestly thought it was good for them to talk because I thought for a long time, I was like, okay, I really did want to hear a conversation with Don and my dad because I didn't know, would Don say different things to somebody like my dad, you know what I mean? It's a very different conversation between two people who have been very institutionalized and prisonated and stuff like that. So, yeah, drunk. I don't know, but I do have to say, Candace was very, very. That is the first nice conversation I've had with Candace. She didn't yell at me. She didn't call me no names. Oh, she told me. I didn't know this, but she was like, Cher, you did not dye your hair purple. I'm like, I did. I dyed it purple. She goes, I was like, you should dye your hair purple too. And then she was like, I can't dye my hair purple. Too many girls want to sleep with me already. And I'm like, wait, what? And she was like, yeah. And I was like, please tell me that having purple hair isn't like some kind of signal that I want to sleep with a bunch of women. And she goes, Cher, yes, yeah. And I'm like, wait, what? I was like, you couldn't tell me that last night, Candace? And she was like, yeah, I can't have purple hair. I can't. Too many girls want to sleep with me already. And I'm like, oh, damn. Well, thanks a lot, Candace. Thanks for telling me. Oh, it was funny. It was funny. I was like, I never knew that before. Shoot. I hope that's not true. I don't think that's true. But yeah, she was like, come on, Jerry, you know that. I'm like, I didn't know that having purple hair signifies I'm a lesbo. That's what I said to her. And she just started laughing. She was like, yes, it is. And then she kept saying, no, 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 I cannot dye my hair purple. A flannel hiking. Oh my word. Oh, no, they also said Candace told me that we could be really good friends if I would come to the good side. She was like, Cher, please, psychics. They gave me, I can't remember, I wrote it down. Oh, they were telling me a scripture over and over about God. The scripture they were giving me, I can't remember it, and I think it's upstairs. Was like God loves everyone, we should love them, but so it doesn't really align with then bashing Reverend Donna. But so both of them were kind of like, Cher, seriously, please, I apologize for the last call. And Don actually was like, I'm so sorry I said that. I do have respect for you. I have a lot of respect for you and your dad. Well, he said he still had more respect for my dad than me, which is okay, but he apologized for the night prior and for doing that and saying all those things, but he really, really don't want me talking to Reverend Donna. And Candace said the same thing. She was like, Cher, what you have to understand is that these psychics just want money and that they'll really say anything, like, and also that they're evil. That Candace was really just trying, like, honestly, she was being, that's the nicest conversation I've had with Candace this entire 7.5 months. And I know she probably wanted to bite my head off, but from saying hello, she was being very nice to me. But she was really just telling me about it's bad to be around Reverend Donna. Now, I do want to mention too that before they called me, I sent them to both phones, Don and Candace's phone, the screenshot of Jody Sue's father-in-law. I didn't say anything. I just sent the screenshots to each of their phone prior to that call. And then that call happened. So another interesting thing. So anyways, they were saying all kinds of stuff about Reverend Donna, and just that it's their belief that it's evil. It's evil. So Candace, I said, you know what, Candace, I like having these nice conversations with you. I appreciate this conversation right now. And she was like, you know what, Cher, you stop working with Reverend Donna and you come to the good side. That's all you got to do. And I was like, oh, okay. I said, okay. Oh, okay. Seemed that way, Amy. It did seem that way. It seemed very, very weird. And so the feeling that I got in the call, especially when they were like, not basically, they were begging for whatever they wanted my daddy's help with. That's what we really, both Candace and Don, we really need your dad, Cher. Like, we really need your dad right now, Cher. We need your daddy. And I'm like, that's so weird. Like, what the fuck? So, oh. So yeah, they hang up that call. My dad's like, no, I'm please don't ever put me on a call with him again. I said, that's fair enough. Thank you, Mr. Positive. Boo. So just a bunch of weirdness. I don't know, you guys. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Why? So the feeling I get from that though was more of a feeling like they feel like it's caving in on them. That's the feeling I'm kind of getting, is they kind of feel like it's starting to crash down on them. Summer birthday coming up. Don's got a sentencing or whatever coming up, a court dates anyway coming up. And I asked Don last night. I asked him as he's going off about Reverend Donna. I said, "Well, tell me something. Didn't you talk to Reverend Donna? Donald, didn't you have a conversation with Reverend Donna? And he goes, yeah, I did. And whatever, and, you know, but she didn't want to listen and just wanted to go off with her evil shit. With her evil shit. And so I was like, okay, so basically he wanted to reach out to Reverend Donna to try and control Reverend Donna's narrative, like to try and like have her go one way, like as if she's going to be like, oh yeah, okay, Donna, I believe you. Okay, my vision's changed now. I mean, what the F? You guys, you can't make this shit up. I'm telling you. I am telling you. Thank you so much, Luann Hunter. It's good to see you again. It's good to see you again. So it's you guys, I've just been literally beside myself since last night. I mean, look at, I probably didn't even need to have this show. I could have just went with tomorrow, like later tonight on the one I have planned, but I'm just like, I'm like, I don't even know. I don't even know what to tell you guys, because the shit is crazy. But yes, I do get the feeling that they feel, Dawn is feeling like things are caving in. I really get that feeling after last night. And then after mine, or I'm not sure which one I was, if I was the first one, middle one, what second, I don't really know, nor do I care, but he hopped around last night. It's all on their lives. Mine was private. I'm sorry. You know, I'm all about that money, though. The money, the views, and the clickbait. That's Cher. But having private conversations and not putting up every single fucking phone call and dissecting it through live after live after live and yada, yada, yada. Yeah. Oh, Bartwan. Hey. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Bartwan. Dazed and confused. Hello. Ellie, who all in here? Lenses. He did hop around. I think you were first, then Pro Garden, then Cracking Cases. He was so mad on Pro Garden, they fought. I mean, they were definitely letting loose last night, drinking or other. I'm not sure. I wasn't there. If I'm gonna be my dad's mindset right now, I wasn't there to see them drinking or doing any drugs. But they sounded they didn't sound sober, in my opinion, allegedly. I'll say that. Is that fair? I'm really, really like, I'm trying to learn from my dad, you guys. Hey, Poetic. Hey, Dolly. So Cher's tip was so important. They asked her not to share, and there's a ton of energy around Rev Donna versus ignoring her if you didn't feel threatened by her content. Lots of interesting info there. Absolutely. Yeah. Their exact wordings were, they preferred I did not show that to my followers right now. That was exact wordings. And so, well, that's not saying, no, you can't. I can't. And again, for people coming in, it was not a confession, but it could be taken as motive. What was said on that clip could absolutely be taken as motive to be childless. Okay. There's rumors that Jody Sue is in a relationship with Scott H. I've heard that. I don't personally believe that, but I don't know them. I don't really know. I can only say, I mean, the reason why I don't believe that is because I know the shit that has been said about me, and it's not true. Like, the things that people have said had just been wild. Like, my daddy and Donald know each other, and like maybe I'm an SA victim of Don's or something. Like, the shit I have literally been reading in this past week alone is absurd. So there's too much weird shit that goes on. And even if they were dating, like, I don't know, it's not my business. Like, if Scott wants to come out and be like, yeah, that's my girl, okay, I'll believe it. Or Jody Sue comes out like, yeah, I'm dating, yeah, I'll believe it then. But until then, there's just so much bullshit I know I've read about myself that makes me say, what the fuck is wrong with these people and why aren't they on meds? And if they are on meds, I don't think they're on the correct meds because what the actual fuck, right? So I'm sorry, I don't personally believe that. I don't believe that. He's probably in here. I know I saw him in here earlier, I think. Scott, are you in here? We gotta be. Yeah. 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 Scott, come up here. Come up here, my buddy. I don't believe that. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. If, whatever, but no, I don't believe that. I joke with Scott about it, actually. I just think it's funny. I got the link in there. Yeah, please don't be rude. I mean, you can definitely have different opinions. It's okay. But just don't be nasty. I don't think there's a reason to be nasty. I mean, you can even come in here and be like, Cher, I don't really like you. Okay. That's not being nasty. And I'll be like, okay, just unsubscribe and don't watch me. Thank you. But if you're going to come in here and be nasty, yeah, well, you're going to get. I give what people give me. You get from Cher what you give to Cher. That's how I feel. The way you treat me is how I will treat you. I really get that Patriot Angel. I'm sorry, am I saying that wrong? Patriot Angel. They seemed on edge because again, they were like begging, like, we really need your dad right now. We really, really need your dad's help. We need your dad's help. So I took from that, like, holy shit. They think, they are getting a little bit nervous right now. They are nervous. Cher, Don told you where Summer is. You did not listen. Huh? Oh, yeah, for real? That's interesting. Hello, Jody Sue's boyfriend.
I'm not Scott H. You keep confusing me.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Scott H. Oh, but I don't believe Scott H is either. Do you? Oh, shit, he left. Come back, Scotty! Oh, yeah, I did. I confused you with Scott H. Different Scott. Yeah, the red one. But that's not true either, is it? Pan displaying shit. Yeah, right. Anyway, you guys can use that link if you want to come up here. Do you want me to drop it again? No, Scott H isn't. Yeah, I don't believe Scott H is either. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, so Scott H is the red. Hello, Justice and Truth.
Hello.
How you doing?
Cher? Oh,
yeah.
Good. I tried to send you a super chat because my heart broke when you sounded like you were going to cry. I don't know if I got blocked before, but I want to tell you that broke my heart for you.
For
what you just said broke my heart.
Yeah, it's not. It was. Are you talking about my dad? My dad's situation?
That whole situation, and with Don and Candace. I mean,
yeah,
you've got to be close enough to where it breaks your heart, and
it makes me sick feeling at this point. Yeah, it makes me feel sick.
And it's so sad that you have to go through that.
I mean, I don't have to. I could just not accept their calls. I could just ignore them. But a part of me is like, well, I don't know what it is, but I say they hate me so much, they claim. Yet they cannot, like I said, they cannot go 2 weeks without contacting me, and I don't understand it. So I do what I have to do. I don't know, I guess for Summer, because what if I don't take that call, and what if that was like, I just feel like, what if we miss that one call, or like, I don't know what I think when I do it. Because you know what, I actually even this morning woke up and told myself I'm going to block them both from contacting me, but I don't know why I don't do that.
Because you probably have hope that they didn't do anything deep down inside. I mean, I'm not trying to think for you or anything, but even your last night's video broke my heart when you walked away, you know, and it seemed like you were starting to cry. I couldn't tell, but
Yeah.
It's got to be so hard on you.
Yeah, it's a lot of anxiety, which gets me like almost kind of like my eyes get watery. I just get very shaky. I feel like I always describe it like I'm a chihuahua at that point. I'm very, very, very shaky on my inside, and I don't even know, like, it's almost like being in a cloud, and my anxiety really takes over me, and it's almost like I don't know what do I do, what do I do, what do I do, and but when I hear what I heard last night, you guys, it's the sickest thing I've heard yet in this case. Like hearing it from their mouths, what they said and who said it is huge, by the way. Which one of them actually said what is disgusting. And being a mother myself, it doesn't make sense to me.
Right.
At all. So yeah, the panic takes over, and I get like on the verge of crying, and it's just like it just makes me feel literally sick. Like, why did I just hear that right now? Like, what just happened here?
Right. And for them to put that burden on your shoulders is not right.
Yeah. Well, I put myself in it too. I do have to acknowledge that I put myself there. They don't make me, but like, you know, be there for them, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand that completely. I don't know if I'm blocked because, like I said, it wouldn't send my super chat to you, but I just wanted to let you know. I don't know if it would be under my channel name or if it would be under my other name.
Here, let me write down. Can you say your names or?
Yeah, the other one was under. Oh man, was it Tabby Burdick?
Okay.
Or either Tabby Burdick or Tabitha Burdick. And then this one is my channel name. It should be under Justice and Truth, the number 4, the missing.
Okay, I'll make sure that I'll go through my block list today.
Okay. I'll step down because I'm on lunch, but I just wanted to say that I respect you.
Thank you so much. Enjoy your lunch and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. You too.
All right. Hey, Scott.
What's up?
Oh, the other Scott's in chat too. Okay, here we go. We got both Scotts in here.
I'm everybody, I guess. No, I have questions.
Okay.
That's going to make people think, but I don't know if I can put it all together right now. But anyway, my questions are, both Candace and Don called 911 that night, right?
No, that's what we're told, but I've never heard Don's 911 call.
Right. Neither have I. Okay, that was my first question. Hers was at 6:29, or one of them, right?
Yeah, 6:29. Yep.
Okay. What vehicle did Don take to work that day?
He claims that red one there, the Subaru.
The Subaru. Okay. Now,
welcome to the Crazy Train, Emma. Choo choo.
The next question I got is, what do we know exactly what Dudley drives? Like for sure?
I do not personally know that. No, I don't know that information.
Because people have said, I think he said it was yellow. People have said it was yellow, but they haven't said what. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, so here's some stuff to make you think. Remember Candace said she was on the phone with Don, but then her phone doesn't call 911, so she had to drop it and use Candace's phone to call 911, right?
Yep.
The reason she used Grandis's phone to call 911, I believe, is because she stayed on the phone with Don on her own phone. Okay, the other thing.
Now remember, they each have 2 phones.
Right.
So yeah, they probably were on the phone together. I believe that could be right too. Welcome, Charlene. Choo choo.
Okay, so then let's talk about Don's truck. Remember when he was on that interview and everybody was asking why he didn't drive his own truck that day? And I think it was Chris M. he drove around with. I don't remember. Remember when they went down to the creek
Yep.
And he said his truck would go down in, but it would never get out.
Yep. Oh, you
Right?
did. Yeah, he did say that. Yep.
Yep. That means it's only 2-wheel drive. That means it's really shitty off road, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, so his truck was home the day that Summer went missing.
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
Okay. Except for she didn't take their truck. She took Grandis's truck. Right?
Yeah, that's true. Yep.
Grandis's truck is 4-wheel drive.
Yeah.
Bet. Okay. These are just things to make you think. Dudley, we don't know. We know his truck is yellow or car, but we don't know what kind of car it is. So I'd like to confirm what kind of car it is, because that Nissan Xterra that's in the video where Summer's dancing in the rain in the background, if that is Dudley's vehicle, then it was raining out. Dudley wasn't outside by his car, and his wife wasn't around. So if that's his truck, that means he was in the house.
Yeah, I think he's. Yeah.
I'm just looking at what people say and what's right in front of our face that nobody questions, right? Nobody questions why she grabbed the other phone. Nobody questions why she took Grandis's truck, why he had the Subaru, and why his truck was left at home. Nobody questions, right? Nobody questions why she grabbed the other phone. Nobody questions why she took Grandis's truck. Oh, I hear myself.
Sorry about that. I clicked on the wrong tab to mute myself out. Sorry.
So now, really quick, y'all, I have both Scotts on the panel, so no, they are not the same person.
Right.
This is Scott Skulls, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm Scott H. Scott Skulls.
So,
Hey, how far away are you from there exactly? Are you close?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Do you know where all they've searched? Like the LE and the choppers and EquiSearch and all that? Do you know all the different areas?
Pretty much, yeah, but I can't get into all that because of the investigation and stuff.
Right.
So, I mean, there's specific things that, I just can't talk about. And, I hope everybody understands that. I know that.
I understand that now. Yeah. Yeah, I
Cher's
understand.
got a lot. We do share a lot of the same subscribers, but there is some different ones that may be listening to me right now. But most of the people over that's been on my channel that's been following me, they kind of understand the dynamics. Since I'm local here, there's some things I can talk about, and some things I can, and it's just, you give your word to people and you keep your word.
Because I don't know. I have a whole theory that like lines up with everything. If you take everybody out of it, like there's too much static, right?
Oh,
Like
yeah.
you get what Chris M's saying, you get what Hunter's thing, you get Allie, you get Dudley, you get Jody Sue. Then you get all these other YouTube creators, and it's muddying the whole thing up, and there's so much static you can't see what's right there.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So if you just like share, how like was it last night or the night before you played one of Don's early phone calls or interviews or something?
Yeah.
You know Don better than anybody. You know him better than all the other creators. You know him better than Ellie. You've had all kind of conversations. So the best thing to do is to really analyze all his words, analyze Candace's words that she said, and then analyze, like hyper analyze all the facts that are confirmed facts, not what people say. And you have the best answer.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what my theory follows. Like I have a feeling I know right where she's at, but I'm not down there. So.
And have you told law enforcement that? By the way, thank you for that, Maria. Super. Thank you.
No, I've said it in your chat, I think. I've told Jay. Jay thinks so too.
Okay.
But yeah. There's a reason why she took Grandis's truck. There's a reason why she used the other phone to call 911. There's a reason why, there was 2.5 hours, 3 at most, right? Like 3:30 to 6:30.
Yeah, there definitely was a plan for that day, before that morning, because from what Don drove, why he drove it, like you're saying, grandma's truck, everything. And then you remember Don sent me the picture of him holding Summer, where it looks like Don's crying and she's like in a blue jean dress with some like flower leggings, I believe.
Yeah.
And Don texted me that picture and said, this was my last picture that I took with my baby girl, and I had to pose for this.
Yeah, that's just.
Huh.
So that
There's a lot
makes
of
me
stuff,
think
like,
it was planned. Mr. Positive, brother. Hello, welcome.
Hello.
So that's why the whole abduction theory came quick too, in the past tense. And 2 days later, I'll see her in the resurrection, and then the abduction thing, he's like pushing, pushing, pushing. And it's all about keeping people away. Anybody that comes around there is told to go away, basically.
Yeah.
We, I saw in the chat there, and of course everybody's heard, Prayer Garden in her infinite wisdom has discovered that I'm bankrolling Jody Sue
Yeah.
and bought her land and her cabin, and
Oh.
apparently I've been funding her for a really long time and stuff. So there's another group of ladies that I'm collaborating with. We all were just joking around one night, and I guess it was somebody got in the chat or saw it in the chat, that heard it in the chat or whatever, as we were joking around, and eventually there goes the rumor mill. You know how that goes. So, and somehow I heard that I was actually involved with Jenna as well.
Oh, wow.
So I don't know how that is, but hey, everybody in chat.
Well, that happens. I've been linked to being best friends with Nicole Castinger. I've been told that it's been said that my parents have sold me off to Don Wells before. And you see the crazy things people say. So that's why I don't believe when I just hear that shit. I just kind of laugh like, oh, okay, sure.
Yeah, it's just it's funny. We're down here, well, you've talked to Don and stuff, quite a bit, and you've probably talked to him in normal situations, when he wasn't drunk and pissed off and calling you every name in the book.
Yeah.
We like cut up and poke fun and aggravate, and so it was all just being serious. There was no harm meant by any of it. We were just good humor, and I guess sometimes some people don't appreciate humor or don't understand what humor and sarcasm and satire are, and but that's for them to figure out, not for us.
Yeah, I know. I get that a lot from people too. Like, why did you say that, or why is that? I'm like, you guys just don't get, like, I'm a sarcastic bitch sometimes.
Well, listen, Cher, I really appreciate you putting these new interviews out to rewatch and stuff. It's nice to be able to do that. Like I said, I'm collaborating with some other ladies. I don't know how you feel about mentioning other channels in your thing, but they can go.
You're not bashing them. I don't care. You can give them a shout out. If you're not bashing them, you're speaking nicely of them. So I don't care if I don't like them or not. You can shout them out.
Well, the channel's name is Krama Mama, CRAMAMAMA. And we're doing exactly what Scott Skulls was talking about just a second ago. All the noise, all the static that's involved, we're taking all that out. And we're looking at who said what and when they said it. And like Don would say something on this day, Candace would say something on this day. Look at the inconsistencies between the two. Try to figure out what the truth is. See if we can find a source that will collaborate either one of those. Because like Scott Skulls was saying, and we've talked about this in our discussion, we've got so many players in this, and everybody is proven to be one thing. They all have one thing in common. They're habitual liars.
Yeah.
So
Oh, yeah, that is true.
But if you write,
but somewhere in there, there's grains of truth. You know,
if you write down like everything Candace said and the date, right?
right.
About each situation, and then you write down everything that Don said on every date about each situation and put all the answers together about the same subject, everything will come clear, right? Because
that's what we're doing. We have a computer programmer that is actually writing code for all of this. For
right.
every character that's involved, and it's going to be sourced just like a bibliography in a book. There's going to be sources in the descriptions of each video. Like say they sourced something from my video, they'll link it. They'll Voices Behind the Wall, they'll link it. The Interview Room, they'll link it. Prayer Garden of America, they'll link it. You know, Jayis4Justice, they'll link it. That way each individual person, each viewer can go back and read or listen for themselves what was said and when it was said, and who said it, so that we can filter through all of this noise.
And it only matters what Don and Candace said, not anybody else to me.
Well, Don, Candace, and Grandis, but Grandis has said very little. But yes, Scott, you know.
Because nobody else was there, right? Like nobody else was there. So,
well,
that we know.
There's things, you know, that some of them have said that, you know, I think there is some truth in. You know, I think there is some things that Jody Sue has said that are truthful. Of course, the new thing that comes up that's just recently came up is with Donald Sherfy. Folks, I talked about that on January 12th. I had to go back and dig it up, and Michelle After Dark actually put a post out saying that I was the first one that came up with that information. People are acting like it's brand new. No, it's not. I went to high school and graduated with Donald Sherfy, people. Come on. I know half the damn people down in Beach Creek. I know lots. I was naming off in my high school annual with the group that I'm working with right now. All the Lights, all the Barretts, all the Dykes, all of the Sherfys that I went to school with, all the Morlocks that I went to school with, all those people. That was my interest. That's how I got into YouTube, Cher, was I was sitting here and on my local news, we got an endangered child missing alert. And of course, I looked at the news article on WJHL and it was in Beach Creek, Tennessee. The first thing that went through my mind is, holy shit, this might be one of my friend's kids.
Eesh.
That is the first thing that went through my mind because I went to school with all these people. I still know people. Since this case has come up, I've talked to people that I haven't talked to in over 30 years that still live down in Beach Creek, still have family down in Beach Creek.
Wow.
We have everyday conversations with each other.
So let me ask you, because we've had several comments, if we could, I can't see who's on here. Okay, so
well, again, there are some things that I can say and some that I'm not going to say, and that's just the way that it is.
Okay,
it's funny how everything,
but I will answer what I can for sure.
No, they want to know what your guys's, they're asking like what your guys's theories are individually. So could you guys just do a rundown? Like, I think it's pretty clear. I mean, in my opinion, but several people are asking.
I'll go. Well, since Jody Sue is his girlfriend and I'm a cop and I'm Andrew, let's come up with some more things I could be. I'm a guy, I live in Michigan. I'm just a dude. I'm not related or I don't know none of these people.
Oh my God, people call you Andrew?
Yeah, they think I'm Andrew because of my voice. And then somebody in here said,
that's all you can hear is that guy's voice. Damn it. I wish you didn't say that.
Okay, so as far as finding her goes, not before I say what my theory is, before that, there's only three things, and two of them are major. And I think I said this before on one of your lives. It does, whether she was abducted, it's sex trafficking, they sold her, gave her away, whatever it is, you got to figure out. And really, that's all secondary. You got to figure out how she got off that hill and out of town. Okay. The other one is if it was an accident, she was murdered, whatever the case is. If Don and Candace are involved, all that, then you got to figure out where they put her. Right? She's somewhere within so many miles or yards or whatever. She's close. And the only other thing is if she wandered off and all these search efforts have missed her. That's it.
Yeah.
Those are the only, all out of all the theories and the, everything running wild, it all boils down to that. So, I mean, you want to know what my theory is? Well, I don't know. I don't think anybody took her. She wasn't taken off that hill. I don't think they drove her and met somebody and passed cash. The cash would have shown up. They couldn't have hit it. They would have died of an overdose or bought.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying too. They would have been spending like crazy.
Yeah, I don't even think that's part of it at all. So it comes down to what happened on that hill, right? So we don't know. I can't say if it was an accident. I can't say if it was one of the boy ran her over with the motorcycle. She fell down the stairs. Candace belted her, whatever. I don't know any of that, but I think that something happened there. And I think that Candace freaked out. And I think that when she said that she hopped in the truck to go looking for Summer, that's when she took her somewhere. And she said she drove to one church, drove down the road to the other church, and then she drove back in the holler as far as I could go, she said, right?
Yep.
So, like I explained the holler before, the holler is the nearest one is Ben Hill Road. And if you look at Google Earth, when Ben Hill Road ends, there's a 2-track that runs a whole nother mile up into the mountains.
Yes,
and if you do a 3D view, I mean, I have property on Highway 321, which is right by Butler. I don't know if you know where that is, Scott H. Watauga Lake.
I absolutely do, yeah.
Okay, I got property right there. Actually, Bunton Town, if you know where that is. It's kind of abandoned now, but yeah. So
between Butler and Mountain City.
Yep. So if you do a 3D view on Google Earth of the Wells' property, they're on a little tiny knoll. If you if you go on 3D from Beach Creek and you look behind them, man, the mountains shoot up to a couple thousand feet. There's nothing but wilderness back there. No roads, no habitation, nothing.
That's the northwestern spine of Bays Mountain, which is located in Kingsport.
And it's so if you go to the end of Ben Hill and you go to the end of the 2-track, as far as you can drive, there's no habitation. It's all wilderness. There's miles and nothing but mountain.
But
and I can almost guarantee there hasn't been no searches back there. That's my theory.
Knowing what you just said, and I showed actually Cher. That's how me and Jay got together. Was Jay had been wanting to talk to some locals, and she popped in my chat one night, and I had her up on it. I don't know, y'all probably heard the joke that when she fell asleep on my panel. Anyway, it was all in good humor.
Oh, yeah, she told me about that.
Right, yeah. I was showing her what Scott Skulls is talking about because I'd mapped this out a long time ago. The reason that I did this a long time ago is, well, if I can tell you from the very beginning sometime, like I said, I went to school with these people. I used to ride around and drink beer on all of those back roads and all of those hollers in Light Holler, from Reservoir Road, from Bays Mountain, all the way into Beach Creek, all the way into Grassy Creek, all the way into Blair's Gap. You can go all through those mountains. If you've got a dirt bike, a four-wheeler, a horse, a Jeep, a four-wheel drive truck, you can go from holler to holler and never even touch blacktop.
Right.
And there are sheds and shacks, the way I've said it on my channel, that only the eyes of God have seen back in there. I know, because we used to go back there and drink beer and party and make out with girls back there, and, you know, get high and all kinds of stuff.
It would take a whole lot of people.
And my dad, who was born in 1943, went to the Air Force, got out in 1960. He's ran around back in there, knows he just knows all the grandparents of all the people that I went to school with. He knows all the, hell, he taught me part of them roads back there. My dad did.
Hey, Killer, with the bears, my kids are hunters, right? So my kids, my daughter and son bear hunts and stuff. And it's absolutely possible a black bear could take her and drag her. However, a bear, okay, trigger warning, a bear is going to gut. There's going to be evidence left behind from a black bear, because yes, they may drag her, but there's going to be a spot where that bear has, you can see where it ate. Okay, I'll just leave it at that.
Here's my experience with black bears. And if you research anything about hiking the Appalachian Trail that goes from Georgia to Maine, it's 2,193 miles, goes through 14 states, up through the Appalachian Mountains. They give courses on what to do if you come upon a black bear. First of all, you don't get between the mom and the cubs, because then the bear will attack. Otherwise, they tell you to stand still, make yourself appear as big as you can, pick up rocks and sticks and start beating together. Now, the bear may do what they call a bluff charge, because the bear is trying to scare you. They tell you to stand your ground, because the bear will stop in front of you.
Yep, it should be more afraid of you. Yeah, once you, exactly.
Now, I've hiked and hunted and rode around and drank beer in all of these mountains, like Scott Scholes was talking, where he's talking is up in Carter County, leading up into Johnson County. And just on the other side of the Tennessee state line is Western North Carolina. Just to the north of that is Southwest Virginia. I've grown up here my whole entire life. I've roamed all these mountains. I've encountered one black bear in my life, and it ran because I surprised it.
I don't think it was that, though, because
now we have to look at another thing. This was June 15th in Northeast Tennessee. The black raspberries start turning in June. Following, the wine berries come in. After that, normally we always say around 4th of July is when the blackberries will be ready. So the June 15th, the black raspberries and the wine berries would have already been blooming, and there would have been plenty for bears to eat, and they would have been out of hibernation for long enough that they wouldn't necessarily be hunting for food. They're more of foragers than they are of predators. So let's say 6 o'clock, just for a time frame, a bear grabs Summer. Like you were saying, there would be evidence where that bear attacked Summer, because first of all, the bear has to stop you. And the way that they normally do that is they got really long claws. I can send you pictures of them where bears have walked around outside of my tent when I've been camping up in Johnson County in Mountain City. They've got big claws, and they will they'll tear out the throat and the guts to stop their prey.
Yep.
Now,
Well, that would have been found
say
really
that happened at 6 o'clock. At 7 o'clock, that's when the first people from search and rescue get there, and they start flying helicopters and everything. That bear is long gone from there. It's going to leave whatever they had and be gone.
Mm-hmm.
It would be in the immediate area, and with that many people up there, it would have been found.
Yeah, it would have been fun for sure.
Because in Northeast Tennessee on June 15th, the longest day of the year is June 23rd. So it stays daylight till almost 9:30 here. So I rule bear, coyote, animal attack, anything like that, just totally off the picture.
Mm-hmm. Me too.
Well, it all boils down to, you got to think about, why did Candace jump in the truck to go look for Summer when their property is 18 acres and you can only drive around the circle?
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense to jump in a vehicle.
Yeah, there's
way too many inconsistencies. And here's, we're really trying to tighten the timeline down, and that's where we have the benefit of being local. Because when you're local, you know people besides just Don and Candace. You know people that know Don and Candace. You know people that work with Don. You know who Don works for. There's big jokes. I made a joke out there before, that crazy Gigi woman was telling me all this kind of crazy stuff.
mm-hmm.
That I worked for Tucker Drywall, and I said, no, actually I own Tucker Drywall. I just use Richard Tucker as a front to launder all my money. Just being silly, because she comes out with
joke, can you? Because then they're like, "Oh my god!"
Right. But I've known Richard Tucker for 20 years.
And how is he as a person?
He's a great guy. He's a great guy. His wife are great. His kids are great.
So let me ask you this then. He's the type, this has to be hard on him, and kind of probably not wanting to fire Don because there's no evidence, but it must be hard for him to can you kind of talk?
Of course it is. He's trying to run a business and build what is considered in this area pretty nice houses.
Yeah. They do look nice. Yes.
For customers that have the money to afford to be able to live in the type of homes that Tucker Construction's building. So he's not going to want all these yahoos coming out there.
Right.
And, because he's got builds in different subdivisions besides just the Meadows. He has builds in the Meadows. He has builds in other subdivisions. And then he has builds that he privately does for individuals. So it's not like that one house that Don was working in is the only house that Tucker Drywall has ever been involved with.
Mm-hmm.
Tucker Drywall, as long as I've known him, like I said, I've known him for 20 years. And I don't know his wife, because his wife was kind of out of the scenes, but, his sons and their foremans and all that kind of stuff, and the construction workers and stuff. I've known them or ran across them on job sites throughout 20 years. It's kind of hard not to do when you're in that field of business.
Mm-hmm. Can you, mods, drop the link for membership, please? There's someone asking if you could, please. Thank you. Sorry.
What's your theory then?
Well, when this very first happened, I had to have my dad take me to Walmart, actually to the Walmart that Candace got banned from saying she was going to blow it up.
Oh, shit.
Well, that's our local Walmart, So I had to get a new blood pressure monitor because I'm under treatment through Vanderbilt University in Nashville for an autonomic nervous disorder that I've got. My blood circulation and my blood pressure and my heart rate, your body is supposed to automatically make all that stuff happen. Mine's shutting down. So I can't drive. So I choose not to because I get dizzy and I faint. Anyway, Dad takes me to Walmart. We go in, get my blood pressure monitor, come back, and on the way back, I said, "Hey, have you heard about that pretty little blonde-haired girl missing out of Beach Creek?" He said, "Son, he said, there's critters that'll come out of them woods and snatch up a pretty little girl like that, and you'll never see her again." I said, "I know it." We didn't say nothing else about it because we knew that to be fact, because we've lived here and we've got 60 years, 6 decades worth of history here of knowledge of knowing Beach Creek and how it works. About a week later, I had to go, Vanderbilt prescribed me a new medication, so I had to get him to take me to the pharmacy. We come back, he pulls up in my driveway, and I'm fixing to get out, and I said, they still ain't found that little baby girl up there. And he said, "Nope, and they won't either." And I said, "Not until Beach Creek wants them to." And he said, "You're goddamn right." And I said, "Well, tell Mama I love her." And he said, "All right, you need anything, call me." And then he went on home. And that's how I still feel about it today. Like Scott said, I don't know in what capacity, but I think Grandis and Don and Candace planned something.
Yeah.
Grandis knew about it.
I want to say something
unquote,
really quick. Rainy Day says she'd like to know my theory after the call last night with the walls, and just like Scott's saying right now, sorry to interrupt, but it kind of piggybacks off of that.
Okay, I haven't heard yours from last night's share. Today it's 60 degrees here in Tennessee. So unlike Don Wells, I'm already bringing in wood, next year's firewood, to get it dry for this coming up winter.
They were talking about firewood last night when I talked to them. But anyway, after last night's call, it is my belief, from what I sent to TBI, like I said, what I sent wasn't a confession, but it certainly could be taken as motive. And after last night, I am in the belief that this was planned and that they did not want to have any children.
Right.
So that's just where I'll leave it at for right now. And that's because of what I sent TBI and what they said on the phone to me. It was mind blowing to me as a mother, as a woman, as a human, for anyone to say what was said last night. And it was absolutely, in my opinion, it was motive. And in my opinion, within that message sent to TBI, it sounded to me as though it was a plan to have no kids because they were a hassle.
Right.
In the relationship.
Why do you think they would hurt just Summer then instead of just letting CPS take all of them?
Well, back to my theory right quick, and then I'll finish up.
If they took Summer, there would have been signs of SDA. We all know that. Let's be real. And then they wouldn't be free. There would be evidence then, and somebody would be in prison. They wouldn't be able to live the good life together outside of prison. That's my answer.
I see what you're saying, yeah.
Well, I think that Candace executed, quote unquote, in what capacity? Was it to hide her because of SA, so that CPS and the school, remember she was supposed to be starting school, all the school knows which children are involved in active CPS cases, so they keep a close eye on them. So there would have been more teachers, more kids that Summer could have talked to, things like that. Don covered for it. So just saying, basically, I'm saying he has guilty knowledge of what they had planned to do. That's my number one theory. My second theory that just recently has tied my first theory that I've held ever since that conversation that me and Dad had back when I got the child endangered alert and he took me to Walmart to get my blood pressure monitor, is a series that I'm doing over on my channel right now. And the part that I'm at in that series is who is visiting who on Ben Hill Road. And I'm making connections between all these registered sex offenders that have been known to hang out with various people on Ben Hill Road. So here's something that I'm thinking.
Yes,
And
Sabrina, they were.
Is it possible that Summer wasn't missing until she was? And what I mean by that was, let me tell you, Summer's not the only one. Ronnie Lawson lied. All you have to do is go back 4 years, well, 5 now because it just turned 2022, and look up a little young lady named Carly Trent. Her uncle snatched her from the elementary school and took her up into the woods and hid her out in a barn, and guess who found her? Donnie Lawson. Isn't that just a damn coincidence? So what if Summer did come home? Candace is right. She jumped up out of the truck. She went with her brothers and went down playing at the creek because, like Jody Sue said, she came up on the boys and they were playing, not searching like their mother and their grandmother was screaming frantically for a lost daughter. They weren't acting like a lost sister. What if Summer went up over that little rise that Don drove down in the Subaru into the flat area where that shed is down on Beach Creek, and one of them creepy sons of bitches that lives around there just had the perfect opportunity to snatch up a little girl and go play fucking sick games with her? Because let me tell you, there's people down there that have been arrested and have ties and have relatives to people that are registered that have violent sexual offender charges against children, multiple counts of it, and multiple people. The one that Jody Sue and Andy had up at their house that used to be a cop down there had 42 charges. And they let him use their internet. Think about that. We all know the story of Frank Light. Think about that.
I've got a bunch of pictures of Frank and Steve Light that Reverend Donna has sent me that I haven't shown yet. I'll show them tonight too.
You remember Leslie Hill?
Yes.
What's the name of the damn road?
I don't know.
Ben Hill. Leslie Hill. Leslie Hill also has registered sex offenders that happen to live under her roof.
Of course they do. Hey, Bartwan. Hey, Jay. Oh my gosh.
So let me tell you, there's a lot of creepy people down in Beach Creek, and it's looked over and it's looked over and it's looked over. And there's certain other content creators that have been on YouTube and they're not on YouTube anymore because they get blasted out for telling their stories. I'm not going to mention them. One of them came out and told their story the other day. It's on a channel that I don't necessarily subscribe to, but it's worth listening to this lady tell her story because she gives you her perception of what Beach Creek is that is totally different than me, but somehow they just happen to match.
Hey, Cher, pin what you just said.
Wait, what did I just say?
Or not say, pin your YouTube link. So that way people can grab it easily.
Oh, the panel link?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Let's hear Mr. Positive's theory.
Yes, let's hear.
But
my theory is, I believe in. My theory is definitely different than my sister. You know, I treat her like a internet sister, Cher. But we respect each other. Ultimately, my theory is Candace knows something. Dawn is not involved, but Dawn is covering for Candace. That's my theory.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
I'm
that's
right there
only
with you,
because
Mr. Positive. Pretty much.
and that's only because of what I hear from two so-called professionals, Dr. Phil and the behavior.
Oh yeah, the behavioral panel, yeah.
When do you guys think that TikTok video was actually made?
Oh, honestly, I don't know.
I don't think it was that day that it was posted.
I don't either. I really never thought that. I've said that though from the beginning. I right away when I seen that video, I went to my husband. I said, because you know how he loves his editing. I said, could you change this to make this look like for any day you want? And he goes, yeah, that's easy. And I'm like,
Because I mean, like, who would
oh,
ride around? Why would Grandis have her school clothes that they were saving for the first day of school in her truck? Like, how did that happen like that? You know?
yeah, no, yeah, it's
I think that's a possibility just because they're lazy and they just didn't take nothing out of the truck. I think that's as simple as that could be.
Maybe. The other thing I noticed too is the orange pop that was on the seat and the orange pop that's on the wherever it was in the house, the washer or dryer or something, are
Yeah.
two different brands.
Yeah.
They're not the same brand. But that house is a lot smaller than everybody thinks. The house is tiny.
Oh yeah, it is. I think it's I think on Zillow it's like 850 square feet.
I think it's 745 before they put the addition on it.
Right.
Yeah.
And you
It's
got
like,
6 people in there.
yeah, and then if you look at the other thing that made me think was where the trailer's located, the camper. You can't see the back door on the house, but if you walk 5 feet out from the back door, you can see the trailer.
Right.
So there's no way that Candace was over by sitting on the steps of the trailer helping her mom with the knee brace and not see Summer come out the back door.
You're right.
Right.
You're right.
If you look at the interview video, yeah, there's no way.
I mean, you know, well, I've already said, you know, what my theories are, and Mr. Positive is right in there. Scott's pretty much right in there. Cher's pretty much right in there. I mean, we've got four, you know, different eyes and ears looking at this from different angles, and you know, we're coming up with really, I mean, with just, you know, minute differences in what we're thinking. You know what I mean?
Yeah, identical. Yeah, we're
The only problem
Some
I have.
things are going to differ a little bit. You know, it's like if all 4 of us walked outside right now and we saw a car accident, and the police officer that came to investigate interviewed each of us, we would tell a very, very similar story of what happened. But there would be minor differences between all 4 of our stories.
yeah.
But the end of it would be, here's what we've got. Here's what happened. Here's who's at fault. Because we have these 4 eyewitnesses. Scott, Cher, and Mr. Positive saw this, and therefore this driver is at fault. This driver is innocent. We've got the same kind of scenario here. You know, we've got 4 very intelligent people looking at this. I mean, the whole chat is intelligent too. I'm not saying that, but just for an example, on this panel, you know, we've got four people, 4 different sets of eyes, 4 different ears, 4 different minds that are looking at the same situation, a 5-year-old missing girl vanishing into thin air with 0 evidence.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of got to come down to, you know, could we all really be that wrong?
The only problem I have with her being somebody having her is like when she was first got gone, nobody knew who the Wells were. And since it's went viral,
Yeah.
if somebody had Summer, it'd be like hanging onto a hot potato, right?
You got it, Scott. Exactly. They never.
But look at the
figured
reward
this
fund.
through.
Look at the reward fund. It hasn't been touched. And look at the type of people in the area. They would have turned on each other for 10 grand. I'm sorry, but everyone knows what happens to that girl, and they're all shutting the fuck up for a reason. I mean, nobody's.
You're
You know what
right.
I'm saying?
Somebody else, if she was took, somebody else would know who had her at one point or another and would have already said something.
They would have
So
sold their mom and their grandma out for just a few $1,000s because I'm sorry, but they want the next fix in that area.
So that's the problem I have with her being took, is that it
Yeah.
went viral. Everybody in the world knows who, well, not everybody, but Summer Wells is like on everybody's radar. There's been no sightings. Nobody's talked. I mean, there ain't like all this Brian Laundrie stuff happening, right? She's just gone.
Well,
So
here's one thing, and some people have taken it differently. I made a phone call. I had three conversations last week, and I posted them. And I don't know if y'all saw them. Like I said, I don't know if you're subscribed to my channel. And this is not for clicks and views or nothing. I'm just trying to get information out, people to hear what's going on. I made a call to Hawkins County Sheriff's Department. I felt sick the next day. Hawkins County Sheriff's Department referred me to Hawkins County 911 dispatch. So I called them the following day when I was feeling better. The next call had to do with Child Protective Services from the Department of the State of Tennessee Department of Child Services. Now, if you listen to that phone call that I made, it's only like a 4-minute phone call that I made to Hawkins County Sheriff's Department. This is a woman that is hired to do her job, that is paid with taxpayer money. I'm a taxpayer. That's her job. That's why they built the building and hired this lady, is to answer calls. I did not take anything away from the investigation. Listen to our conversation. And that will really, it made me think a little bit differently. It didn't make me think a little bit differently. It kind of confirmed what I've been thinking all along.
Mm.
The way that the young lady at the sheriff's office talked, the way I framed my questions, the way she answered the questions, so on and so forth.
has anybody tried to FOIA request? I know they won't release them because the investigation.
Well, that's the next call that I made. That's why they referred me to the dispatch department, because they're in charge of that. And now I have in my possession the forms to request all of the 911 calls that have been made to 1 Ben Hill Road for whatever time period that I specify, if they are able to release.
Yeah,
they will release the ones that they're able to release.
Right. I don't think they will now.
$25 a call. So
the other thing I was
doing,
thinking about too is I know that that's a remote area, but it'd be cool. I know everybody's like Ring cams and security cams have all been deleted by now because it's 8 months, but it'd be interesting to FOIA request the closest public camera in each direction,
right?
However far it is for that day,
right?
To see, who if there's any cars that are recognizable, we're going in either direction. As far as being able to get her out of town,
Oh, Jose is hiding under the porch somewhere. I've got some interesting news about Jose as well. Jay.
Question, who on panel is a cop or was a cop?
No, there's nobody. Nobody was a cop.
Oh, I
No,
thought you were.
not a
Okay.
cop.
Somebody thought I was.
Oh, okay. Never mind then.
Yeah, somebody. Jayis4Justice had done her thing on Jose, and while she was doing that, I know Cher was over there and Scott Scholes was over there. I'm not sure if Mr. Positive was, but Andrew Hiltz came in to chat, and then Jay ended up doing a impromptu interview with him on the phone. Now, he mentioned some things. I was going to do this over on my channel, but since I'm here, I'll just go ahead and do it on yours. I just want people to know the information. Andrew said that they came down. Things didn't work out because the hotels were booked up because of the race, and they packed up and they went back home. Now, everybody was under the impression that they were just there for a couple of days. Now, Andrew and his gang may have packed up and went back home, but Jose stayed. Guess when the Bristol NASCAR race was in the fall of 2020? It was on September 19th. Don didn't have his domestic violence call with Jose until October 14th.
Yep.
So Jose was at the Wells possibly for 25 days.
You guys, and if you go back to re-listen to my interviews with Don, I call that shit out. And actually, I might have to show people our text conversations too, because I even told Don, I'm like, with what you're explaining to me, Jose lived there for a while. Why? And his response to me was, well, I'm always at work or whatever. Because then I also asked, why was Allie living there when she only lives 20 minutes away? Like, why was everybody there, Don? Why? And we spoke about how I was like, Don, you must have been partying with Jose for days, like several days, because the timeline. And yeah, it was because he was always working and Candace just didn't want to be alone and blah, blah, blah. But yeah, that was definitely conversations we have, because that's the only thing that makes sense. Yeah, Jose was living there for a while. And so was Allie.
It certainly seems that way, doesn't it, Cher?
Yep. And it never made sense. Like, why was Allie living there? So when did Allie get the house she has in? Because I don't understand, why was Allie like straight up living at Dawn and Candace's when her house is just down the road? Or was it so many people that they needed both houses? Maybe, I don't know. But I mean, we know what it is. We know what flop houses are, whatever you want to call it, trap house, flop house.
Yes, ma'am. And there is no secret, like I said, because the little series that I'm doing over there on my channel, who is visiting who? And Jose falls into that category. Because there's a whole, now here's another question that we've got to ask. This is something that we all looked into, and a friend of mine that's helping me, Heather Lynn, has got the links to this stuff. The height of the pandemic, there was no travel to the Philippines.
Yes, thank you for bringing that up, because I was actually going to bring that up tonight too. Yes, I thank you. People aren't being like thinking now. Remember, I'm Canadian. Even I had trouble boarding a plane to get here. So
here's another thing.
Yeah, that's not happening.
In the height of the pandemic, ground zero, New York. You're meaning to tell me that those 5 adults and 6 children, I think it was, left, packed all their stuff up, left, went back into New York within 12 hours, as Andrew says, in the height of the pandemic, where it was required that anybody that left New York had a 14-day quarantine before they could come back in.
Yep.
Now, Andrew never mentions about all of those people having to stay in hotels for quarantines or nothing. He says it's just like they came home, it didn't work out, and they all went back. Now, how the hell did you just leave everything, cancel all your rents or your leases or whatever, and then move back, and then all those families magically be able to find a place to live in the height of the pandemic when there's a 14-day quarantine? Jose living at the Wells house for possibly 25 days, and there's no way that you can board a flight to the Philippines because the airlines won't let you. You got to remember, this is September 2020.
Mm-hmm.
President Trump was still in office, and they were working on getting the vaccines ready. The vaccines weren't out yet, but Trump's team was working. Remember, he was going through all those, cutting all the red tape and everything with the FDA and try to get all the remdesivir and all the, I can't remember the word that you use for it. It's not the vaccine, but it's the other medications that could help. And he was cutting all the red tape so that we could get some help to these people while the vaccine was in the early stages of development. And then after November is when the vaccine started becoming available. So how is all this travel magically happening to all these people?
Yeesh, you're right. Yeah.
In the height of a pandemic, when there's no vaccines out yet,
Mm-hmm.
and they're as strict as could be on everything. But yet all these people just magically are able to travel all around the world and all around the country.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because I was thinking about that lately, and everyone kept saying he's in the Philippines, and I kept thinking about the pandemic and traveling. I'm like, there's no way. And there's certain ones like there's no way that he got to the Philippines, even if he was he's not married to someone. They didn't let him cross to the Philippines to go get married. I promise you that. I had to jump through hoops being a Canadian to get back to my home country during the pandemic. Y'all saw and witnessed what happened. So no fucking way did they just let him leave United States and head to Philippines. Nope.
Therapeutics. There's that. Thank you, Christy Lee. I was scrolling back up because I knew somebody in chat would have it. Thank you, Christy.
Yeah, because you knew that sounded dumb.
Therapeutics. And then somebody said Regeneron. Yes. Thank you, chat.
Hey, Cher.
I couldn't think of the words there.
Jay wants to come up. She wants a link.
Yeah. Because I keep unpinning it. I'm sorry. Or privately? I'll send it to her privately.
Yeah, Angela James is asking a good question right there. So where is he? One place, I think we could rule out he's not under Chasing's porch, because rumor has it that he may have left there and he's been hiding in Allie's belly button.
Oh,
but
God.
I think we ruled that out because I think we probably would have seen him on Chris McDonough's interview with him. He would have snuck out because Allie's shirt was riding up quite a bit.
Oh, y'all are so bad.
So we got. We got to rule those two things. Now, come on, people. Have a sense of humor, and people have been talking about that for months about where Jose is. He's under Chasing's porch and in Allie's belly button. We know that's just jokes and stuff. But that's a real question. That's a real question. Where is he?
I think, yes, thank you. Because there is a part of me that does believe that maybe somebody did something to him. I do believe that. I need to see proof because, again, he did not go to the Philippines. And I mean, we could all know if he was in America in jail, we would know that. I feel like unless he's undercover in jail and they're keeping him off the records, he's not in jail right now, right? So
do you guys think that they did something to him?
I will question it until I see that man somewhere alive today. Yes, that will always be a wonder to me until we have some kind of wellness check or something.
Because I don't.
Angela James asked another question. He's not in the Philippines. Why is Andrew hiding information? Now, if you notice on Jayis4Justice's show that she was doing that night, he damn sure didn't have any hesitation about getting up on there and defending Jose to the hilt. Did not have one problem defending this guy that he's only known for a couple of years.
Jose got gone too. I know it's not funny.
He was
but
turning over freaking backwards. And still, for days after that, Jay went over, and well, the next day, Andrew came out on his own YouTube channel, and Jay and I think Maligator was over there, and Shell was talking before it got like really crowded over there. And Jay was asking some more questions, you know, of it. And he was still, I see Jay's up here now. Hey, Jay. Jay can, you know, corroborate this, that he was still defending the crap out of Jose. I thought, I mean, what, would you feel that way, Jay? You're muted.
Oh, yeah, I can't hear her.
Or Cher or Scott Scholes or Mr. Positive, would any of y'all feel that way?
I don't. Well, what the thoughts I have on Jose are wherever he is. Like, I don't think he's a player in Summer's disappearance. I think the only. Whoa, that's weird.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
What?
Now we can.
Yeah,
Now we can. So the only.
Okay, because I hear like static. Or is that not
Yeah,
me?
it's real staticky.
I am?
Yeah.
Shit, okay. How about now?
Yeah.
It is? Okay.
You got that
Sorry.
scratch. You got the scratchy, sultry mic right now.
Weird.
Oh, that sounds good right there.
Does that sound better?
Yeah, that sounds better. Well, it kind of sounds quiet now, right?
Yeah, low volume. Shannon, I don't know how you say your last name. We say it both ways here in Tennessee, depending on what family. Or
I see you
Tennessee,
with just a second, hon.
Honaker or Honaker, Shannon Honaker. My guess is that Andrew is lying about where Jose is to protect him. I doubt he had anything to do with all of this, but Shannon Honaker, I agree with you with that 100%.
How's
Don't think
sound,
Jose's
Dave?
involved, but Andrew is definitely hiding him for some reason.
Wherever he is, I don't think that he's involved either. But the only thing, if he does come out, or if somebody can talk to him, I think he can give us some insight on the life in a day with Don and Candace while he was there.
Absolutely.
And yeah, he's not in Allie's belly button, because when she barted, he would have popped out.
Oh.
How about now? Is it better?
Oh, that's
Yeah,
good.
there you
Yeah,
go, Jay.
that's good. Yeah.
Okay. I had it up too loud. I apologize. Scott, were you asking about Andrew being protective of Jose? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I do feel like he was, I mean, he said straight up, you know, to me that he was going to be Jose's voice and Hunter's voice. So he was going to speak for both of them because Jose wasn't around to speak for himself.
Right.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. He said that Jose could only get to a phone once a month. I asked if maybe, because Andrew said his brother still speaks to Jose. So I asked if his brother could ask if Jose would speak with me or, you know, come on with Andrew. And I don't think I ever got an answer on that one. So that's where that stood. But yeah, I mean, I feel like he definitely was there to defend Jose for whatever reason.
Ugh.
He was making it sound like he was making it hard for Jose to be reached by anybody, like he was unreachable.
Mhm. Yeah, he's gone basically. Like he's in the Philippines. He ain't got no phone. He ain't got no internet.
Yeah.
He's married. He's moved on. He don't want to be bothered with. I mean, that's pretty much what I got from it.
Okay, so you guys, we
Like
have to
building
be
an
like,
alibi.
let's
He
be
built an alibi
serious
for him.
here. This man is missing.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Well, we don't know if he was interviewed by investigators or not, but what is odd to me is that
Oh, is he being held in ice, maybe? Ice
no,
heaven?
well, I don't know, but when I interviewed Dudley told me a story that
Right,
Don
Rudy.
had shared with him that he had gotten drugs or meth or something from Jose, or Jose had left it there when he was living there, and that Jose had went to jail, and when he got out was the weekend before Summer got gone.
Yes.
Yeah, so then Dudley stated that you know, Don didn't have the drugs nor the money, and Jose was pissed off. So that was supposedly, that came from Dudley, and that was the weekend before supposedly Jose had gotten out of jail for whatever reason. So I don't know. I mean, it's kind of like we heard about him in that report, right, from the domestic. He's listed as being there. Then nothing. We haven't heard anything after that of Jose's whereabouts.
Correct.
So my question is, Scott H., is there a way, I mean, since you're local, is there a way to find out if there's arrest records or any kind of other police report or something with Jose from his time there on Ben Hill Road?
We've been digging.
What's that?
Since that happened that night on your show.
Mm-hmm.
It was happening. It was already happening while your show was still going on.
Nice. Is that why you got so quiet? Were you busy in the background?
I can neither confirm nor deny what I was doing.
Yeah.
I had my holler bunny Jody Sue over there, and I was busy.
Oh yeah. That was something. That was another reason I wanted to come up, Cher, was I wanted to dispel a couple myths or rumors, if they are. One was that Scott H and Jody Sue are a thing. I'm assuming that's false, Scott.
Do what now?
I said I'm assuming that's false. That's a rumor.
Yes, that is a very, very false rumor.
I mean, I even heard that, and I don't know any of these people, but I heard that you were, yeah. So I was like, what? Where'd that come from? And then the other thing that I heard was that Don Sr., yeah, the one that got out and was talking with JLR in the road, that he dated Jody Sue.
I heard that too. I heard that that's who she's actually currently dating, is what I heard.
That's what I heard as well. That when he said he was there to visit his girlfriend or ex-girlfriend, that he was talking about her. But I haven't gotten any confirmation of that. Has anyone seen her around?
Diana, thank you so much. You're so sweet.
Jody Sue, she's been on Facebook.
Well, we know you've seen her. She's your woman, but
Right.
I'm talking about everybody else.
She did a Facebook Live last night.
Oh, did
now,
she?
Here's the Donald Surfy thing. Chroma Mama actually put out a video on that this morning.
Oh yeah, she's dogging Reverend Donna, that bitch. Anyway,
who's dogging Reverend Donna?
Jody Sue.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
William Goad, who is Don's stepdad.
Yep.
Okay. Donald Surfy is dating a woman. I believe her name, I'll have to go back and look. This is just brand new. Is dating a woman named Christy. Christy's mom is Mary Goad Sexton. William Goad's sister. Don's stepdad's sister. So Mary Goad would have been Don's step-aunt.
Jesus. This is my brother Daryl, my other brother Daryl. I
Who
can't
lives
believe this
right?
stuff.
If you go to Google Maps instead of Google Earth, hint, hint, Jay.
Hey, sometimes I do, Scott H.
Right. And you look at where
said
110
H.
Ben Hill Road is. Now, I'm not going to dox Miss Sexton's because she's an elderly lady.
Mm-hmm.
But if you look at where Ben Hill Road is and you look where Simpson Road is,
Mm-hmm.
you'll be able to get a general idea of the area. It's just on the other side of the hill, basically. So,
Okay, so that's what you were talking about before, right? Or was that not you?
so Don's stepdad, Don's neighbor on that side of the property is
Mhm.
his step-aunt.
Mm-hmm.
It's his stepdad's sister. And Donald Sherfy is dating his step-aunt's daughter.
Okay. That's the dad.
Right.
Okay. So Junior
Yes.
used to live there at one point in time or no?
Can't be confirmed.
Okay.
I can't confirm it.
Okay.
But one would think he would have a reason to go visit over there.
Well, yeah, of course he would, right? Well, let's back up for a second because I've been wanting to talk about this since I heard it.
Okay.
So I was listening to Ziggy, and Ziggy was just finding out about this Don Sr. and the whole story, right? So I'm watching her kind of walk through this and pull it up. And when she saw that article of Junior being arrested for the child P, she said, "Oh my God, that's the guy I saw. He was flying a drone when I pulled on Ben Hill Road."
No.
Right.
I swear to God, yes. And I was like, wait, what? So she had arrived on Ben Hill Road and no one knew she was coming. She had just gotten there. It was her first time going down their road. And she said that Don Sr. or Don Jr., the one that was arrested, was flying a drone at the end of Ben Hill Road.
Okay.
Donnie's son, Junior, the one I talked to. His first son was his first marriage.
No,
son?
not Don Wells.
They're thinking it was Don Sherfy Jr.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah. So
The guy with the drone is who we believe to be Chris Starnes, who is a local guy here that was on the show with Duty Ron when EquiSearch came back down and that older gentleman that was the drone expert guy was training that Chris Starnes guy that's local here to fly and do the searches and then download all the information to the professional guy that was on duty, Ron, so him and his wife could look at it on their computer real time as the drone was flying.
Okay, so that was cleared up. Okay, I'm glad that I said something because that was the last I heard. She was like, "Oh my God, I think that's the guy I saw." So I wanted to make sure because that's kind of weird, though. If it was him, you know.
Right.
Oh. Welcome to the Crazy Train East. Choo-choo.
I can't keep all these people straight. There's so many players.
Oh yeah.
But they're really not. They're really not, though.
What do you mean, Scott Skulls?
Well, I mean, you can gather information or background from their statements, but they weren't there that we know of. So it's all, when you mix it all together, it all turns into static that is
Yeah.
a major distraction.
You're right. You're right. A lot of this might be, a lot of that might be, distractions and static to distract. However, what is really sick is that all of these sex offenders that are, being pulled out of the woodwork as we go through these people.
That's what I'm trying to point out exactly, Jay.
Yeah,
Who
that
is
is what's
visiting
disturbing.
who on Ben
Mhm.
Hill Road?
Right. We don't know who was there that day. But
Right.
it's very likely that any of these people could have been.
And it's like Scott Skulls was saying earlier, in his theory, in what capacity the type of people that are visiting those people that live on Ben Hill Road, everybody on Ben Hill knows they're there because they're coming to visit them, and they're fine with registered sex offenders coming hanging out at their house around their children.
Do you guys remember Don called me when I called their house? I was live once and I said, they just let anyone stay there. It's a flop house. And he called me freaking out. How could I say that?
Yep. So that's why I'm thinking, crime of opportunity was one of those creeps coming over to visit somebody on Ben Hill.
Mm-hmm.
And Summer happened to be playing, and he just pulled over, and there wasn't no fight or nothing. And Summer knew who he was, and he said, "Hey, you want me to give you a ride back up to the house?" And she jumped right in because she knew the guy, because he had been hanging around with Dawn and Candace, because apparently they have no boundaries as far as who they let flop out at their house, as Cher says.
Yeah.
But instead, he just took his little thing home, and because you got to look, and this is something that somebody very important pointed out to me. Don Sherfy Jr., he got in trouble for uploading child P, not downloading. There's a big difference.
Uploading.
Yeah, he was sending it.
Watching porn and creating porn.
Mm-hmm.
The way they caught him was through Snapchat and Grindr. He was getting people to send explicit photographs to him. He was taking those and uploading them, creating child P, and they tracked the uploads through his IP address at his residence in Blountville.
That's why Don told me the first time
way
he went.
different than me or you clicking on, Pornhub.com and watching it.
Yeah.
Because there's intent. There is knowledge that, hey, I'm speaking to you and I'm going to manipulate this young person in such a fashion that I'm going to get her to show me explicit photographs of herself. And then I'm going to go through the work to upload that, to download those to my computer, and then to upload them to their sicko sites.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, please don't talk poorly about Ziggy in here, because I have no problems with Ziggy. We actually talk to each other behind the scenes, so don't disrespect Ziggy in here either, please.
Thanks, Cher. I just said that in chat because she's not even here to defend herself,
Yeah.
The problem is that was then and this is now. And now Summer is a hot potato. So everybody knows each other. Everybody's related to one another.
Mm-hmm.
So where does that put us if that's the scenario? I don't see it. I see somebody somewhere speaking up already. It would have already happened.
I have a problem, though, with this, Scott Skulls, because I heard today Don Sr. said Prayer Garden called him. It was supposedly on the fly. It's in her live, I think, from last night. She is up and called Prayer Garden of America called Don Sr. Don Sr. said, well, they certainly know the charges against my son, so I would have thought if they suspected him, they would have asked him about it, and no one has asked him about it. Something along those lines. In other words, he was saying his son was not questioned about Summer Wells.
Mm.
Oh, she deleted it? Jessica
Yeah.
said she deleted it.
Yeah.
Oh, dirty deleting. There's
Oh,
been a lot of that going around, isn't there?
oh, wow.
I checked it this morning because I was on a phone call all night long with some
Hey, Mama.
researchers that I'm working with.
Uh-huh.
Woke up this morning and I was going to go back and watch it because I had it muted, just reading the chat while we were talking, on the phone.
Mm-hmm.
So I went back this morning to listen to what Dawn's reaction was, and it's edited out. It's not in there no more.
Cam has it on his channel. He played it in his live last night.
Okay.
I don't think that he knew she was recording, but I did happen to hear it. I had no idea she deleted it. But I would hope that, knowing his charges, and he just got out on the 21st of May, that they would look into him. But another thing that I found interesting, okay, Cam was talking about the bin verified that was run on this guy.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he had a red Chevy S10. I know it's not a Toyota, but he had a red Chevy S10 that was registered in Tennessee on June 23rd of 21. It's registered now in Kentucky. No idea why. Cam and I emailed back and forth about it. He said that he was going to look into that, why that truck would suddenly be, it's not registered to Don Jr. It's a relative, a brother. So that's why Cam didn't want to bring it up, because he didn't want his name brought up innocently. But it is interesting that the red Chevy S10 was re-registered out of Kentucky. It wasn't sold. It was just registered in another state. So I thought that was interesting. They're both, I mean, those trucks are the same size. An S10 is a small pickup. So is a Tacoma. So I don't know if the two are related. I just thought that was an interesting thing.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder how many vehicles travel that road in a day, if there's a statistic already done.
Well,
or
I was curious, you guys. So I went back in Cam and Allie's videos from the beginning last night, because I wanted to hear more about, what they had discovered early on. And early on in their videos, they talk about the truck, and they are speaking with the private detectives that are working on this case. And I believe it's the same ones that still are, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Okay. So they were speaking with these PIs, and they were asked a question about the truck. And this was probably 5 months ago. So they're like, oh, well, where did the truck, who saw the truck? So Cam said that they're not sure entirely who it was, but that it came from either a ring cam or a trail cam or something along those lines. And they also said that the person was not sure if it was Monday or Tuesday. But the camera thing was noted. And I didn't remember hearing that before. That someone had caught that, that someone had caught that truck on a camera. Did you guys ever hear that?
Yes. And yes, I've heard that a lot. And I have always questioned who had that camera and why we haven't seen it, because I know that Candace, at the time, had secret cameras around spying on Donald. And because at the very beginning of me talking with Donald, one of Candace's good friends would send me screenshots and say, oh shit, they have security on each other and cameras that even each other don't know about watching each other. And I said, that's not a good sign, right? Like, that's another thing that made me go, well, that's not good. Like, they can't even trust each other under their own roof. But yeah, I have screenshots that Candace was sending people while Dawn would be outside talking to me. And so I always wondered, is it one of their secret cameras that they've had on each other or whatnot? But that's absolutely.
I had a thought on that. I mean, it could be something with the wells. I feel like Candace might be a little bit too lazy to follow through on something like that. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but I remember also them saying it was someone reliable. It was a reliable witness who frequents that area. So I don't know. That's why people assumed it might have been a delivery driver or whatnot. What if, I'm just throwing something out there. What if it was Don Sr.'s camera and he's reliable because he was in the military? He used to be a correctional
Hmm.
officer. I don't know. I mean, who would LE consider a reliable source?
Yeah. Oof.
I think there's too much emphasis being put on the truck, really.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was trying to.
I always said, I think that's a distraction.
I mean, you got red trucks.
TBI want to distract us though, because the TBI is the one that keeps saying we haven't found who was driving that.
No, I don't think it's TBI that wants to distract us. I think they just have to say what Don and Candace and Grandma told them. And they have to put that as part of the Amber. Yes, they have to do that for the Amber Alert. Okay, they told me it was this and this. But if you listen to Candace, she goes and she gives a side eye to Don and she goes, I think it's weird that I never heard about no red truck until now. Almost like Donnie just made that up and she's kind of pissed at it. Like she's taking a dig at him right there.
Yeah, that's weird though, because when I first talked to Don at the end of June, he didn't really say much about the red truck. He told me that the red truck had been discounted, that it was, it ain't nothing. And then he brought up the yellow car. And he told me that when he pulled up there, LE said they saw a yellow car speeding away, but they could not turn around and go follow it because they were on their way to their house for their missing daughter.
I wonder, Jay, if that was the point when Robin started Xing out the red truck on the flyers.
Yep, it was. That was around the same time was when she started writing ruled out.
Okay.
Well, that's why it'd be interesting to FOIA request the nearest public camera each way down Beach Creek and look at all the cars during that time frame on that day.
Are there any public cameras?
Well, there's got to be sooner or later, right? I don't know how many miles it would be, but there's got to be.
I don't know.
You know, I mean, we got red trucks, we got yellow cars, we got horses dragging wagon parts,
well,
you know?
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like a trail cam is probably most likely. Maybe like this witness said, hey, I saw this red truck. And then they pulled footage and then also saw it maybe going by, you know, on one of the cameras that someone had given them. I don't know.
But wouldn't there be other vehicles? I mean, that road that's a state road.
Yeah.
Beach Creek is a state road, 347.
I mean, I don't know. I guess that would be a question for Scott H.
What about state, like in Minnesota, the state does put up their own trail cameras.
Right. And every state camera or county camera or city camera is public and you can FOIA request the footage.
Okay.
And somewhere in that county, I'm sure you could get a list of all the public cameras they have.
I wonder if there was cameras at the horse pond at all.
Yeah, I don't know.
Sure, there's cameras at all these stores that they've gotten that they said they went to and left somewhere in the car, yada yada yada. Right?
But that would all be gone
there,
though.
Yeah, there's going to be cameras in around there, Jay. There's got to be
a state park. Yeah.
Yep.
The state cameras, you'd still be able to get footage because they keep it. But all the private cameras that people have, that's all gone.
Yeah, of course.
Well, it would be now, but would it have been early on?
Well, no, but it's if somebody got it, if somebody retained it.
Yeah, just went out to the camera and took the chip.
So
It's so
the
far
E-
out in the country, though. I mean, I don't know. Like, if you come down off Highway 93, there's a red light at the interstate where you get on Interstate 26. And then I think there's one more red light after that before you turn right onto Lone Star Road. Lone Star Road eventually turns into Beach Creek Road. If you come in the other way, which is what we're thinking that they may have came when they left Alleys down through Reservoir Road, that way, that area, it would have been the same kind of deal. Once it hits Beach Creek Road, there's nothing except farmland.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you don't hit another red light till you've gone all the way, past Ben Hill Road, way on down the road, way down the road.
Welcome, Patty and Angel.
And
Choo-choo.
the thing about that, I mean, I understand what y'all are saying, but if they took them at the end of town, quote unquote town, and then hit Beach Creek Road where it's nothing but farmland, there's lots of roads off of Beach Creek Road that those cars could have turned off of.
They don't really go anywhere though, right there, because of the mountains. They all dead end mostly.
Right. But I mean, how would they? I mean, I guess it would be by looking at the traffic cams and seeing the vehicles went down there. I guess they could go down Beach Creek Road into each of those hollers and question those people that were on camera. But I mean, I guess that's a possibility.
I don't think Summer ever left the holler.
Me neither.
Mm-hmm.
No,
I think what
Skulls.
I think what Candace said she did is the answer when she went to go search.
She went as far into the holler as she could possibly go.
Yep, and she took Grandis's truck, which is most likely 4-wheel drive because it's a newer truck, and Don's truck isn't for shit. Right? He said it in that interview. What? Because everybody was asking why he rode in the other guy's truck, and he said, "Well, I could drive it in here, but I'd never get out." So Candace ain't gonna take his truck.
The question is, I mean, if your daughter was only gone for like 10, 15 minutes, how would she get that far into the holler that you would feel like you needed to drive back in there?
Yeah.
Like,
why would you even get in the vehicle in the first place to look? You'd be on foot all around that property.
Well,
you
would think so. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think she said she sent the boys down to the creek, right? So if I think that my daughter is abducted, I'm damn sure not going to send my other children out into the woods.
Right. Oh my God. Right.
And then while they're down there looking for her, I'm damn sure not going to leave the house
and drive
leave
away.
them alone
Right.
and go back into the holler as far as I could go.
That's what I'm saying. She sent them away and then jumped in the truck and took off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hey, I think
Like,
your
what is
sister got
that?
abducted. Go down by the creek. I'll be back in 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
Come on.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
We have to go back to the basics. I think that all of these, I think you're right, Scott Skulls. I think that a lot of this, the sex offenders in that area, there's so many of them and there's so much drugs and criminal activity that people might seem sus because there may be hiding, another criminal activity they don't want outed, right? Not necessarily
Like if they're drug dealers and they're just drug dealers or something, they don't want to get in trouble, or they're stealing cable or something stupid.
Anything that they're doing wrong.
Yeah,
they're
they don't want to get in trouble too.
Yeah, they're going to be like in CYA
listen
mode.
to that phone call that I made to the sheriff's department. Because that lady, I referenced that Alison Krauss song, "You Say It Best When You Say Nothing at All."
Yeah, I thought that was interesting. I can't believe that she said to you, "There's more to this," or something like that.
And it's the way that she said it.
Yeah.
It was very convincing the way that she was trying to get that point across to me.
And we don't know, you guys. Like, they could have been investigating Summer and maybe uncovered something unrelated that they're working on too, right?
See, that's what
Thank
I'm
you,
feeling
Shel.
by the way that woman, the lady at the sheriff's department was talking. That's exactly what I took. Is they started off looking here, and they got into it, and they went, "Holy shit, we've got to look over here and over there." And
yeah, I mean, think about all the tips they're getting. If we're hearing about these people, they're definitely getting tips about all these people.
Oh yeah, I know they are.
Well, I want to remind everybody, they are actually closely watching, like they're watching Jay4Justice. They are for sure watching me, because like when I spoke with them this morning, they were like, yeah, sure, voices behind the wall, right? I'm like, yeah, it is me again. Just being annoying. But yeah, they're watching everybody, and we hear them actually say that, but I think a lot of people miss that. But they absolutely are watching.
And that's why I don't doubt that they are investigating this case. I don't doubt that.
The vibe I get is that I think Don and Candace know something's caving in, and the vibe I get is, yeah, they know, but there hasn't been anything that happens in Utah yet. I think that they got Utah and Tennessee working together, and right, they want to get their ducks in the road. They want to get the most they can, and they got to get their ducks in a row. That's what I want to have faith with, over having like Ali being corrupt and everything. So I'm going to go with, like, they're not stupid, and they're just trying to get the biggest case possible.
Well, I feel sorry for the TBI agents that have to sit through all of these lives. So why don't you guys give the TBI some purple hearts?
Yeah, seriously.
Well, what's hard too about this case is where the location is and where they live.
Yeah.
Like with the laundries, people could park outside. They camped out there for a month, right? This area, nobody's been out there watching them day in and day out. So they could be doing, and now they're home alone, right?
Yeah.
They're home alone all day, every day, right? So nobody's watching them. So if she was in one spot, she's probably in another spot or whatever. Nobody's out there like they were or are on other cases that are more in the, suburban city setting.
Yeah.
So that makes it really hard, even for police, right?
Is it fact that no one's watching, or do we assume no one's watching? Just a point of reference.
We don't know.
Well, somebody would see, they would stick out like a sore thumb, right? Like, if I drove down there and parked my car on the side of the road and went walking around, I'm going to be spotted right off rip.
Oh, yeah.
Where in a city setting, cars stop and go and people do this and that all the time. They're not as observant. You get in the country down there, everybody knows everything. They're on the phone.
11 residents on Ben Hill Road.
Yeah, and if one sees somebody out of
how
place,
many people live at each of those residents, I can't tell you that, because I'm not there. But
so if a car pulls in there that's not, it's out of place, that one person who sees it's going to call all the 10 other ones on the road.
And,
right?
And most likely they're going to see them twice because it's a dead end. So they have to go down the road, turn around, and then come back up the road. So if they miss them on the way down, they know they've got to turn around and come back. So they're all going to be standing there to get a good look when they come back up through the hollow.
Yeah. And if you look at Beach Creek, they're really, I suppose you could pull a car far enough off to park it and leave it, but I don't think that would be a spot anybody would. So that's what I'm saying. Unless somebody put a camera in a tree or something, I don't see anybody being around their house all day, every day. So
Scott H., if I were to drive up there today, Andrew Hiltz in chat. Hey, Andrew.
Yeah, there's Andrew.
See there, everybody. I can't be in two places at once.
Yeah,
Hey, so if I were to drive down Ben Hill Road right now, like let's say I'm there and I turn on that road, are people going to notice me?
Oh,
because Cam said you can't even hear the car coming up until it's there. He said that last night. He
I don't
said
believe
Don
that.
pulled up. They could see him before they could hear him. So what's it like there in those mountains?
Well,
They watch.
do you all remember a while back when Chris McDonough got Jamie Wilson, aka Jackhammer, and Jamie Killian mixed up? And all those people started going to Jamie Jackhammer's house. And he plainly says on there, he's like, "You some bitches, I live up here on top of the hill. I can hear y'all coming when I'm talking on the phone with you. I can get ready because I can hear you coming up the mountain."
Yeah, yep. I do remember that now.
Remember that?
Interesting.
Yep.
Interesting.
Yeah, he's got a
Now,
video.
have you-
Yeah,
have you-
it sounds like a threatening YouTube video on his channel saying that too, I think.
Who? I don't know who that
If-
is.
Jamie.
If you look at Don's video that he did for Cher,
Yeah.
when he's driving around.
Uh-huh.
Now, what's weird is when he's driving around, there's a pause in the video, and then he starts driving around again on Chimney Top Loop. If you go to Google Maps and Google Ben Hill, 110 Ben Hill Road, and then Google Chimney Top Loop, you're going to ask yourself the same thing, hopefully, that I asked myself. What in the hell is he doing driving all the way over there on Chimney Top Loop when he's supposed to be showing Cher retracing his steps? Because I'm here to tell you,
Where is
Chimney Top Loop is 20 minutes away from Ben Hill Road on the other side of the mountain.
And she drove and she was gone. She said she left and she came back when the police were there, which would be a 45-minute drive.
Also, Cher, when he does that, when he comes back, when he turns on Ben Hill Road, he's not driving 5 miles an hour.
Cher, do you mind if I share my
He's flying
Google
up
map?
that road. So do
Yeah,
you
no,
think somebody
share
flying
that.
up that road, you're not going to hear it?
Private
hills
adult
have
time
eyes.
is over.
Okay,
Kids are
I
headed
have-
home. So I will thank you for letting me up on panel, Cher, and I'll see you all later.
Bye.
Okay. Bye, Mr. Positive. Love you,
It was
bro.
nice seeing you, Mr. Positive.
Good seeing you to Justice.
Always
Jay
a
for
pleasure.
Justice.
Thank you for the
Whatever your
emotional
name is.
support.
My brain is on fire. Anyway, yeah, good to see you. I let you
Whoa.
run out everything you did this morning and blah, blah, blah. All right, bye, guys.
Nice to meet you.
He turned into a robot.
I think he got really close to his mic. I think that's what happened to me too.
See,
Am I
see
still
now,
staticky
Jay.
or no?
No.
Okay.
CJ, this is what you got to teach me how to
Okay.
do. How you
Okay.
just screen shared with Cher.
Oh, okay.
I don't
yeah,
know. I don't know how to do that.
Yeah, I will. But down at the bottom, where you mute and you start your camera and all that, it says share screen, and that's where you do it. You have to be on a computer and on Chrome. But
Oh, okay.
so where is this road, Scott H? Got two Scotts.
Okay, up there in your search bar, okay, you've got 110 Ben Hill Road. Click directions.
I'm getting Scott H play by play. Okay. All right.
Type in Chimney Top Loop. Now remember, if you watch that video to where he's retracing his steps,
Is it this one? Fall Branch?
that's it.
It's like a different city.
It's on the other side of the mountain.
Oh.
Now, how many minutes does it tell you? How many miles is that?
9.4 and 20 minutes.
Okay. Why is Don retracing his steps to Chimney Top
here.
Loop on the other side of the mountain when he's trying to show where he was hunting for Summer when she was missing?
Well,
Now look what's in
wait a
between.
minute.
20 minutes away from his house. That makes as much sense as Candace driving all the way to the end of the holler when Summer had been gone for 2 minutes.
But wait a minute. Where's Jonesboro?
It's going to be to your east and to your southeast.
Am I not seeing it yet? So wouldn't he have been coming home from Jonesboro?
No, scroll back over to your...
That's what he was saying, Jay. Yeah.
Okay, so he would have come up 81 from Jonesboro, right? To get home that day? Would he travel 81 and then maybe get off here?
Okay, look at where... Can you drop a pin where Chimney Top Loop is?
Yes. Let's see if it will let me.
Now look at the blue where the roads are and look at that mountain.
So he...
Oh, wow.
Oh, he was way out here?
Yeah. Yes.
This is where he drove to show you where he was that day?
Yeah, remember, I was like, send me videos and retrace your steps for me. And yes.
I didn't know
That
he was
looks
way
so
over
familiar.
here.
Now, when he's doing that video, you don't know that he's on Chimney Top Loop unless you look at the street sign that out his window while he's driving. Now, when he's driving down through there in that video, he slows down and he points out in front of him,
absolutely, Dalen,
Chimney Top Mountain. That's when he talks about that's the lights being up there for the planes coming in for the airport.
Hey, really quick, you guys. So Andrew, supposedly that's Andrew. I'm not really sure. Andrew, is there any way if he can get to the phone, if Jose can get to the phone once a month, then can we, within the next 31 days, can you get some proof of life from Jose for us? I'll cash app you $100 if we can get proof of life of Jose.
Bribe.
This road goes way back.
Way back.
Okay, so we get here. Now where do we go? Left or right?
Well, it makes a circle on the main road there. You turn off of the main road and you go all the way around the loop, and then you come back out on that main.
Oh, this
road.
goes all the way around this mountain?
Right. So as you go up the road, there's houses on both sides. When you make the curve around the loop, there's roads just like back in Light Holler and stuff, where all the roads just go back into hollers and dead end up to next to Chimney Top Mountain.
These look like nice homes back here, or some of them.
But look at how vast the land area is.
Yeah, it's crazy. So why would he take Cher back here?
Right.
Look at the relationship, though.
Go back to the map where you drop the pin, and now type in your directions for 110 Ben Hill Road to Lemongrass Lane in Jonesboro.
Look at where the relationship of Chimney Top Loop is compared to Ben Hill
Drive.
Road.
There you go. It popped up for you, Lemongrass Drive there.
Well, talk about some hills. Yeah, Miss Donna, rolling hills.
That isn't right, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Lemongrass Drive is the name of the road that the house, I believe, was on. If I can remember, I'll have to go back to my papers and look. But that's the Meadow subdivision. Lemongrass Road is in the Meadow subdivision. It's the second part of the subdivision.
Okay, so that's where he would have driven. So that is 81. Okay. But he wouldn't have gone. So that road is back in here.
Yeah, where's your pin at?
Now it's gone now. Damn it.
Well,
I'm not good at this, Scott.
Right.
I lost it.
Okay, just type in. Leave 110 Ben Hill Road.
Okay.
And type in Chimney Top Loop. Okay, now I want you to drop a pin there.
I want you guys to look at the relationship.
No, I want it. Andrew, you're asking why I say that? Well, because there's rumor that Don and Candace killed the man and we cannot find him. So I'm saying if you can get some kind of, like, obviously I need to see him and hear him, I will give you $100.
I don't know how to drop a pin. It won't let me.
I think
Push
you
and
just
hold.
go over to it and click on it, and it'll.
Yeah, just
Oh. Okay.
Okay,
So
now go back up into directions and change chimney top loop.
it went away. See?
Amber.
Oh crap!
That's funny shit.
Why don't I just go
No,
from
it's still there.
Jonesboro to there?
Okay, you could do that.
Lemongrass Drive?
Yeah, Lemongrass Lane, Jonesboro.
Lane? Oops. Okay. So I see where he was at was back here by this 93, right?
Right.
But if he was, so he would go right by there on his way home from Jonesboro.
Well, that's an awful long route when he could have just went straight on through. I mean, his daughter is missing, right?
Well, and he says he got there in like 20 minutes. So if he went this way, though, whoops.
look at where Chimney
You went the
Top Loop
longer route
is.
and got there quicker.
But look at where Chimney Top Loop is in relationship to Ben Hill with the mountain in between. He's not exactly behind his house on the other side of the mountain.
Right.
And there's nothing in between, and there's no way to get through. There's no roads.
No, you'd have to go all the way around.
Exactly.
Why in the world would he take that route?
Like he's looking forward to come out the other side.
I'm sitting here pointing my finger on the screen, Jay. Like, no, right here.
Because I have no idea where their house is. I'm trying to find it.
Right.
I know it's by that.
Well, right there is Mount Stop. Right there is Mount Carmel Free Will Baptist. That's where they had the command post.
Okay, yep. And they were
the cemetery? See the cemetery right across 347?
Oh, yes, I do.
You see that little circle mode? That's their house.
Yep.
So he came around the back side of the mountain like Summer was going to pop out the other side.
Wait. But wait. Scott H, can you drive from here? I know you can't see my pointer, but where the cemetery is, can you drive all the way through there?
I'm sure there's probably routes.
Yeah,
remember they talked about hidden caves and tunnels and shit.
See these little roads, you guys? Look at that one little
Welcome
road.
to choo-choo.
Well, remember, like Scott Skulls was talking about, remember, Jay, before you fell asleep on my panel, I was showing you how Ben Hill Road didn't end.
There's a two-track.
I kind of remember that, Scott. Just a little bit.
I've got to mute for a sec, guys.
Okay.
When Ben Hill Road dead ends, there's a two-track that continues up the holler all the way to the top.
Look at this, you guys. Dykes Drive. It's all these names. I know all the names there now. But look at you guys. This is like nothing.
That's what I'm saying. So there's no like traffic cams or nothing. There's just vast farmland. Acres and acres and acres and miles of just road with acres of farmland. See, that was a barn you just passed. That wasn't a house. There was another barn that you just passed.
But if you go up the hill, there's not even any farmland. It's all remote wilderness. It's wilderness. It's
and there's no houses up there either.
No. I'm gonna go down there with my quad. That's it.
Do it.
and a backpack.
I tell everybody. I even told somebody this last night, and I told Jay when she was over on my panel, I would love to have a four-wheel drive Ford truck, a full tank of gas, and a sunny day. Just me and Jay ride around Beach Creek back in them hollers, or me and Cher,
to ride one?
or me and Scott Skulls, or me.
I would love to drive around in the holler. I want to see all these roads. I mean, this is fascinating because if you look here,
make it so that all the streets show up, Jay, again, like when it's all like gray lines everywhere, and notice like look at the mountain that's in between their house and that other where he was at. There's no roads.
There is though. Look, there's one right here. Wait.
Just because the hardtop ends does not mean the road ends.
In other words, there's roads in there you can't even see.
Exactly.
Well, they're more like trails. Like if you go on Google Earth and zoom way in.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
like,
I mean,
go around
they're
there.
Jeep
But I mean,
trails
if
or
you can
four-wheeler
see-
trails or dirt bike trails or something, but
If you
Yeah.
can see these, though, I mean, I would think that, there's little tracks we can't see due to all the trees that, are overgrown with grass and stuff.
do you all remember that video that I did of the LiDAR radar over Beach Creek and Ben Hill Road?
Mm-mm.
I've got the same person that's working on another set of maps to show trails that will be any trail that's 5 foot wide throughout the mountains.
Really?
Yeah.
Go to the end of Ben Hill Road, Jay.
I don't have it yet, but I've got 8 emails, so I haven't looked at it yet. But she sent me 8 emails.
Is that all water? Are those little creeks, runoffs?
Yeah, that's
all
what
that
creates.
blue-
There's
Wow.
creeks
The hollers.
everywhere.
Oh my
Creeks
God. Imagine,
everywhere.
how would you ever search all these? Holy cow. I mean, I'm really seeing, I never noticed how much water.
Waterfalls too. There's a lot of waterfalls. Up in
That's
that
why I
area.
said, people ask, Scott, where do you think Summer could be hidden? It would be easier to tell you where she is hidden than where she's not hidden, or where she's not hidden than where she is.
Yeah, I see that. I see that. But if you had Candace Bly's phone and it pinged in certain areas, you can
got it.
easily retrace her steps, right?
You got it. My problem is, though, still, if you could, if you could figure out how to drop pins.
I can
and-
on Google Earth, just not on this.
HR lives over there.
and do the same thing, you would see that Chimney Top Loop is way, has nothing to do with any route that he would sensibly take. But on the video that he did for Cher, if you don't catch that he pauses there and picks right back up on Chimney Top Loop and familiar with the area, and you go, why in the hell is he showing damn Chimney Top Loop? That's in a whole nother damn county. That's in Washington County. Far away from the straightest route to go to Ben Hill Road.
But it's on the exact backside of
Their house.
Yes.
Well, across
so
the mountain.
Well, how deep does that go, Scott H? Like that middle of that valley, like if you were to drive down there, what would be in the very deepest part of that? I don't know how else to explain it.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, there's parts that, just because of like drop-offs and ravines and washouts and stuff like that.
If you do a measurement,
you wouldn't be able to drive anymore.
So it would be too dangerous. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it would get to the point to where you would get horseback, and then it would get to the point to where you would just have to walk.
Mm.
If you do a measurement from their house to where you got your pin right now, I'm willing to bet it's about 3 miles as a bird flies.
What no, it was like 20 minutes. I think it was 9 miles.
No, you're going on road. I'm talking about straight up through the hills.
Oh, straight through.
Yes, it's not that far at all.
Well, I mean, right here, if you look up by Solomon's Temple and you go across, it's 9 miles across up here.
Right.
So it would be about the same down here from Chimney Top Loop to 110 Ben Hill Road.
Right.
I just don't think they drove all the way across.
No.
I don't think Don drove on Chimney Top Loop on that day.
You don't? You think that he was just over there to throw off
Yeah.
what he did?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, it'd be like she's over here, but no, she's really over here. I'm gonna go look over here instead of over here. Like,
Yeah, that's
it's
weird.
a distraction.
Like I said,
Like-
if we could get it figured out how you could drop a pin or just visually look at a landmark from 110 Ben Hill Road to Jonesboro, and then 110 Hill to Chimney Top Loop, you would see
I
that it
can do
would make
that.
absolutely no sense whatsoever.
I can just add it. Okay, lemongrass. It took a
Well,
minute.
just type in
Ding, ding, ding.
Jonesboro, because he would have left the subdivision and got on 81. So just type Jonesboro.
Catch me if you can. Exactly. It does remind me of that. This is very interesting, though, to see it.
Okay, so there's Jonesboro. There's Chimney Top Loop. So okay. So he would have backtracked. He would have went up here. Now look,
Right.
when he gets off 81,
But he could have just stayed on 81. I'm pointing at my damn screen again and went straight on. You see what I'm saying? Instead
what?
of making
Fall
that
branch?
left, yeah, he could have just went right through there. Yeah.
Yeah. So instead, he went this way, went left,
Right.
and then
So-
went right, and then went back around.
So
Now
can
it-
we do a time? How long would it have taken him to just do the route, and then how long to get there from the route he chose?
Okay, so let's
The time.
get rid of that.
I think Google Maps from Jonesboro to 110
36
Ben Hill
minutes.
Road is like 36 minutes.
Okay.
Yep, and that's taken the way that you said, Scott,
Right.
through Fall Branch or whatever.
Yeah.
So 36 minutes. He says he made it there in like 25.
Right.
Yeah.
Which I did have a local drive it here, and she made it in 27.
Really?
Okay.
One time.
See
The
how
other
fast he
time,
drives too in the
it took
videos.
her a little over 30 minutes.
He drives very fast. Even in the videos he sent me, you can see he's driving fast.
Oh yeah.
So,
So-
Don has a lead foot. So
Yeah.
he could have made it home in that time.
In 25 minutes? Oh yeah. Yeah, he
But
could have made it in 25 minutes.
do we believe that he was on Messenger the whole time talking?
No.
No, because there's no phone connection.
Nope.
Right. So how did Candace have a connection to Messenger? And he was like, that's never happened before. I couldn't
Because
believe
she
it.
wasn't at home. I've been saying it. She was not at home at that point. That's how she had connection.
Oh,
So Scott H., if you drive into the
In my
holler,
opinion.
do you have a signal?
no.
You don't.
It drops off on Beach Creek Road
See?
before you even get down to the holler.
And 911 dispatchers can't even stay communicated because they keep getting their calls dropped to each other. So
Well, right. And the rescuers were having an issue with
Yeah.
their communications as well.
Yeah.
So I would have to assume that that's a lie, that they didn't speak on Messenger. And the reason it was Messenger was
True.
because it wasn't traceable on a cell phone.
Well, and here's another thing.
is that
All
true?
the people down there have Wi-Fi services for their internet. You can use your phone on Wi-Fi's just like you can YouTube or your computers or whatever.
Right.
Mhm.
Now, if Candace got in Grandis's truck, went down the driveway, went down the holler, she would have lost her Wi-Fi connection for Messenger.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So
And if
that
we're not-
again negates the fact that Don says that I can't believe that's the only time in history that we've ever been able to stay on the
On the
on
phone.
Messenger the whole trip.
Mhm.
Mhm.
When signal runs out, and if she got away from that her Wi-Fi in her home, she would have lost her Wi-Fi.
Oh, yeah.
Right. But we know that she did drive off because she drove up when the investigators arrived.
Right.
She was pulling
Yeah.
back up. So we do know she left.
We don't
So
know from
I
what
would-
direction.
But I would have to say that if she drove back in the holler as far as she could go, when she reached Beach Creek, her and Don would have been cut off.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Interesting.
even Fred Hill said, I mean, as much as stock as you can take into what Fred Hill said, but we'll use Ziggy. When Ziggy talked to Fred Hill, remember, she said that he used some kind of text now service or something, and he had to go down to his mama's house to be able to use the phone.
Mm-hmm.
Well, she had tried to call him back after she got back home to her house, because there was a couple of questions that she wanted to ask him. But when she called, she didn't get any answer, because he said he doesn't ever have any way to answer the phone unless he's at his mama's house, because of the Wi-Fi service that they use. And I guess Fred don't have it at his house.
Mm.
He's not allowed it. He's a registered sex offender of minor. He's not allowed internet.
You see that? Jay? Limestone?
Yeah, I do. Scott H., what's Limestone Branch? Is that a creek or is that like a road? Do you know?
It's a creek.
It's a creek.
Yeah.
But do you see behind their house? I'm sure you've seen this, Scott H., but
Oh yeah.
see where Beach Creek ends here?
Yeah.
And like this little road
Well,
ends?
that's the creek, Beach Creek, not the road, Beach Creek.
What's Walker Fork though? I thought that was roads.
Limestone Branch. Limestone Branch is the end of Ben Hill Road.
That's weird. It does say Beach Creek. I didn't know if that's a road or actually that's water. But if you look, if I zoom out a little bit, look, there's some more road right on the back side of this Oak Glen Baptist Church.
Yeah.
That goes in there pretty far.
The actual Beach Creek runs through the Wells property.
Well, not to, I don't want to get into like, I'm not even going to mention that. If y'all want to talk about something that's on the other side of where Jay was just pointing at, we can get into another rabbit hole, but let's not do that, because this is going really good, the direction we're going.
Yeah, that's good.
Can we go in that rabbit hole another time?
Yeah, we can.
Okay. I like Scott H's rabbit holes. They get you thinking. So anyway, yeah, that's interesting.
I just, I'm
Now look at,
she drove in there.
They need to rename those pedal hills. Oh.
Go up to your, I'll show you some more roads that don't end in those mountains that are close to there.
I was thinking that true crime.
This used to be one of our favorite places to four-wheel all the time.
Whose?
Mine.
Oh, yours. Okay,
and
where
my
at?
buddies, yeah. Type in Beach Creek Road. Now type in directions Grassy Creek Road. Okay, see that loops around the mountain.
Mm-hmm.
Beach Creek is on one side, Grassy Creek is on the other side. Now, take out Grassy Creek Road and type in the doubles. It should just pop right up. The doubles. The Doubles, Tennessee.
You might want to rewind SNL stitches.
All right. Do you see those dotted lines right there?
Yep.
Okay. The blue line is the hard road. Those double lines turn into an unimproved road that a vehicle can still go on. At the end of on top of the hill, that's up on top of the spine of the mountain between Beach Creek and Grassy Creek. That road, there's a church up there. You go back behind the church, and there is a road that you can four-wheel on and drive all the way up the ridge that is between Beach Creek Road and Grassy Creek Road. So if you see the ridge right in the middle between Beach Creek and Grassy Creek,
Yeah.
zoom back out there. Okay. You see where Grassy Creek Road is? Right there. Yeah. And then, or that's Beach Creek Road. There's Grassy Creek. Now in the middle, there's a ridge of mountains that runs up through there. If you go back behind the church on those doubles, there's roads up there to where you can ride 4-wheel on top of the ridge of those mountains. Now, if you type in, go up in your search bar, and where the Beach Creek is, type in 110 Ben Hill Road. You've got to do it in this order. It'll mess the roads up.
Mm.
How far away is that from Don and Candace's house?
8 minutes, 3.4 miles.
Yeah. Now, I know for a fact there are sheds and hunting cabins back on that ridge that you would never know that was there unless you knew that they were there. Now, here's a story which I've told on my show a lot of times. We were 4-wheeling back there one night, and it was raining like crazy, and a buddy of mine's truck, he was in front of me, he slid off the mountain, off the ridge. The trees caught him. I jumped out of my truck. I jumped down, and I was standing on his driver's side door. His driver's side door was pointed straight up to the sky. He had slid off the side of the mountain. 2 of his wheels were sticking up in the air. I had to bust the window out to get him and his girlfriend out. This was about 3 o'clock in the morning. We get out and we go over to a friend's in Grassy Creeks because when the windshield busted, they got all kinds of cuts and glass in their scalp and all down in their clothes. So we go over to Grassy Creek to a friend's house so they can get all that glass and stuff cleaned out of them. At daylight, 3.5 hours later, we go back up to the doubles to try to get his truck out. 2 of the wheels are already stolen. His radio, his speakers, his toolbox. They pried the hood open. The breather, the carburetor, and the intake manifold were already disassembled off of his truck and gone in 3.5 hours under the darkness of light in the pouring down rain.
God.
My dad used to work for the power company. When he would go down there and park his power company truck to get in the bucket to ride up to the top of the pole to work on the transformers or whatever, guys would come out of the mountains and steal the tools off of the Kingsport Power Company truck.
Wow.
They'd sit there and wait till Dad got all the way up to the top up there.
And then rob them blind.
And then rob them. And Dad was like, hell, I wasn't going to fucking go down there. You crazy sons of bitches.
Right, right.
I just stayed up in my damn bucket, let them take what they wanted to take. And then I come down and went home.
Hey, Scott, this place, do you know this Elite Frontier Adventures?
I've heard of it down there, but I've never been there.
Huh. It's interesting just to have this random, what is it, like a ranch?
Somebody was posting, there's two like fancy vacation places down there now. And somebody sent me some paperwork on one of them to where their books were showing that they had made like between $4 and $7 million a year.
Wow.
And I'm thinking to myself,
it's a ranch.
That's a damn lot of money in Beach Creek, Tennessee. I'm here to tell you.
Right?
Hell, $7 million is a lot of damn money anywhere.
I guess I didn't realize you had so many tourists come to your area.
I didn't realize that either.
This is
Especially
beautiful.
Especially of that caliber.
Right? I mean, let's see how much the room is per night. Let's see. It's just random. That
Sounds like
okay.
Yeah.
Elite Frontier Adventures.
Yeah. I've never been down there to it.
Whoa. Four night, 5-day adventure. Monday, Tuesday, 96 hours, $749. A 2-night, 3-day adventure is $399, and a 1-day or 1 night, 2 days, $249. Day long is $175. Afternoon of mountain back horseback riding, that would be fun. $79. Afternoon shooting and axe throwing, $79. Oh, that's okay. Then the rooms are additional. So for the room only, for 1 night, it's $149. And then Alyssa does a cooking class for $50. But they have kayaking, themed suites, horseback riding, firearms, shooting, and axe throwing. I want to go there. That looks really cool, actually. Look at this place.
Who owns it?
I don't know.
That's what we can do, Jay. You come up and we'll go ride around down in the damn hollers with the crackheads and the meth heads and shit, and then we'll go stay at the damn elite ranch there.
Will you be my security, Scott? Because after your stories, I don't know. I'm going to need some heavy duty security going through there.
True crime road trip. Yeah.
Well, like I've said before, the great state of Tennessee is a Second Amendment state. We believe in the Second Amendment. You do not have to have a license to carry concealed or otherwise.
Oh, well, say no more. I feel safe with you already, Scott H.
I always have a sidearm.
So here it says that they do a campfire down at Paradise Holler. And you can catch a glimpse of Bubba, the 15-pound catfish.
Don't give the protesters a new place to harass.
Oh, God.
Oh, gosh, Cher, you're right. Yeah.
This is just really beautiful. Look at that, you guys. Look how beautiful it is there.
It's beautiful country down here.
Wow. It's amazing that so many bad things happen there because it's so pretty.
That's why they like things like that happens under it, like hidden in plain sight. Like,
but here's one thing I want y'all to always pay attention to whenever you're looking at sites like this. Look at the vastness.
Yeah, it's insane.
Yeah. That's the way it is up here. Everywhere until you get into a city. It's like I said, Kingsport, the city of Kingsport, where Allie lives, has 53,000 people in 50 square miles. The entire county of Hawkins County has 56,000 people in 500 square miles. So it's 10 times the landmass of Kingsport, but only 3,000 more people.
wow.
That's how spread out people are. That's why all these roads that you see is just pasture, 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 mountains, 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 no houses, no traffic lights, no Walmarts, no Dollar Generals. When you live down on 110 Ben Hill Road, you just don't run out for a loaf of bread. I mean, that's at least a damn hour journey.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's just not like you just hop down to your little corner store and,
Do you want to hear about the owners of that place? I just found their about page.
Yeah.
I read it a long time ago, but I can't remember it.
It says owners Gary and Alyssa Crandall started Elite Frontier Adventures after retiring from 30 years of teaching, coaching, and working with kids and parents from all different backgrounds. They are the proud parents of 4 amazing boys. Johnson and Connor both graduated from the Air Force Academy and are currently serving as officers. Logan and Keaton are both college students attending in Utah and Idaho. Gary spent 30 years as a technology teacher, technology director, and football wrestling coach. His summer and fall were spent riding his horses and hunting in the Rocky Mountains. Gary has logged literally thousands of hours of mountain trail riding in the high Uinta Mountains of Utah, Wyoming, and now Tennessee. He would often take friends and relatives on day rides as well as overnight packed trips. He has 35 years of riding experience, training and breaking several of his own fillies and colts over the years. Alyssa began her riding days as a youngster in Utah, winning the Summit County Rodeo Queen on a thoroughbred horse out of the 3 Bars bloodline. She has many hours of both arena riding and trail riding. She grew up with horses her entire life. Her pride of the EFA herd is Miss Charlie Bar, the only mare in the bunch and a hybrid from the 3 Bar Doc Bar line. Alyssa enjoys home cooking and has been the envy of the valley with her bread, cookies, pies, and Grandma Eva's barbecue sauce. Retired. I think it's supposed to be retired, not retried. Retired from education. Kind of an oxymoron there. She is ready to pass on her cooking skills to those eager to learn some good old country cooking. Gary and Alyssa have both completed several firearm self-defense and safety classes with both rifle and handguns at the world-famous Front Sight facility located near Las Vegas, Nevada. They attend refresher courses every few years to keep their skills sharp. They love living in Tennessee and are excited to share their little piece of paradise with you.
Okay, do you guys recall Don saying a few times, like he's told me, that he has friends that had horses and would search the mountains for summer?
Yeah.
I don't remember him saying that, did he?
Yeah, he was like, I even got a buddy that helped search on his horses on the mountain who...
I wonder if this guy offered to do it. You know, Don calls everyone his buddy. I've noticed
brother, yeah.
Yeah, just like how he used to tell you that every evening he was out searching and meeting up with people.
I know that there's a lot of, the Lights have a lot of horses, or ride horses.
Seems like there's a lot of horses around there. So, like that horse that took off during the press conference.
Yeah.
Do we know did we ever find out whose horse that was and like what it was? Like, was it working, Scott, do you think, with that?
Nah, I don't know whose horse it was, or
because it was like dragging that. Yeah, it was like dragging something like it was in a field or something like that and got loose. But.
It looked to me like it was what was left of a wagon.
Huh. You can even sleep in a teepee out here. That's what we need you to do, Scott H. Go sleep in a teepee and go live from.
I'll go, Jay, go get a teepee.
I'll go stay in a teepee out there.
That'd be scary.
Huh, interesting though. I mean, that's just like a random, I kind of got off topic here, but I noticed that on the map and wanted to see what it was.
Yeah.
So back to the map. Thanks for showing us all of this stuff, Scott H. It's interesting.
Oh, yeah. No problem.
Yeah, it's just weird to see a pin right there. Like,
understand the area.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really good to see it.
It helps, for people to understand, I think, from a local perspective, that.
Yeah, it's not a typical.
Just the geography, everything like that, I think it helps, for
yeah,
people.
it's definitely not a typical area,
Take your time with Eve. Welcome.
Hello, everyone.
Hey. Zoom in on Ben Hill Road, Jay, and when it ends, follow it up the holler. You can see the crevice in the mountain and follow it all the way up to the top.
Well, I want to know more about the doubles. What is that? Why is it called the doubles, and what does that stand for?
A 2-track. It's a 2-track. It's like where there's just the two tires show.
Or is it a mountain?
Yeah, that's the spine of the mountain. If you follow that mountain all the way northeast, you'll run into, no, the other way, northeast. Now pull it down. The other down.
Scott H is ready to choke me out.
Thank you, Punksy. Very nice of you.
Here, let me
The other
zoom out.
down. So up.
He's like, other
Yeah,
way.
there
other
you go.
down. Hi, Eve.
Zoom on out there. Keep an eye on that mountain ridge.
You just gotta be loud and yell whatever you want into this crowd, girl.
Listen to me.
Okay,
Yeah,
now up there
right
in
now.
the upper right-hand corner, do you see Bays Mountain Park?
Yes. Bay Mountain Golf Club.
Okay, go to your right just a little bit.
right
You'll see
here.
right there.
Okay.
See, that's that same mountain ridge that runs all the way down between Beach Creek and Grassy Creek.
Oh, okay. So let me.
Bays Mountain is like one of the big attractions here in Kingsport.
It is.
Yeah, they've got like, you can go up and see deer. They've got, reptile exhibits.
What's the planetarium
The
like?
planetarium,
That's pretty cool.
ponds. They've got gray wolves.
Yeah, I'm thinking we need to look at Bays Mountain. That's what I was just about to say.
Ooh,
all
let's go
kinds
in
of
there.
walking
Look at
trails.
Eve. You read my mind. Look, I'm about to
Is
drop.
there
It's
any
almost like I'm psychic.
aquariums?
It's
Any
almost like
aquariums?
I don't know. It's been so long since I've actually been to Bays Mountain.
Look at the snakes. This
The
is what
snake
triggered me.
exhibit. I'm
Mhm.
inside.
Oh, that's
Oh, look, there's
creepy.
Scott H. The last time he was there. Just kidding.
Yeah.
Okay,
My
why did I go?
dad, actually, I told you he worked for the power company. The first time I ever saw a timber rattler was they were helicoptering in the utility poles to run new power lines up for an expansion that they were doing up there. And he pissed off a rattlesnake and he whacked it with his shovel.
I lost it again, Scott.
Brought it home and showed me.
Oh, there it is. I always think that says
Nobody go whacking snakes. I don't think that's the proper way.
I always think that says drunkard church and it's Dunkard church. Every time I see it, I think it says drunkard. Okay, let's go back here. And let's where am I?
You guys have helped make quite the show today. Thank you. You guys are awesome on panel today. Thank you.
No, we
Ooh,
need
here
to
we go.
see if
I'll
there's
send you an
trail
invoice, Cher.
cameras. We need
By
to
the
see
way,
if there's
everyone,
trail
this is
cameras
what
here.
working together and coming together and having a good study session. I've seen some of the comments like, what sense does this make? Why are you guys doing this? This is people coming together, putting their heads together. Look at that.
Why are we doing this?
Yeah, I've seen it a couple times. I'm like, what do you mean? Why? Like how why are you hating this right now?
I think because we've got a 5-year-old missing girl
Yeah.
Exactly.
that's been gone for 7.5 months.
Yeah.
So Bays Mountain Park Road, this is in the middle of the park. So the mountain is up
that's
here.
the main road up to the park. Yeah.
Okay, that's what I wanted.
Well, depending on which way you're going, you might be going away from the park. I don't know.
I don't either. I have no idea where I'm at.
You just passed me. I was driving right there.
Hey, Scott H. Hi, Scott H.
Okay.
Here's the entrance right here.
There is something relating to DonnaSeraphina's reading that me and my lovely mod Heather noticed about a bridge with the iron gate things on the side.
Mm-hmm.
So if you go back to kind of where the parking lot is and the amphitheater is, you're going to see it.
I think I'm heading that way now, right?
You are. You're on the
Okay.
way.
Okay, stay on this road then.
Yeah, keep going forward. I think it's next to the planetarium, I think. So maybe we're going the wrong way.
Yeah, I think I went the wrong way. Let me go back out. Okay, let's go back down
I
there.
just looked at something here right quick, Cher. I don't know. A couple of people may have asked why we're doing this, but there's 2,104 people that seem to enjoy us doing this.
Right?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, and by the way, Eastman is very involved in.
I believe it.
They funded the new amphitheater. They funded it, most of it.
Well,
Yes, ma'am.
Eastman Chemical Plant is a large chemical plant in North America. Their largest employer is the Kingsport Eastman.
So it's
Yeah.
kind of like the Amway Arena in Orlando, like Amway sponsored it.
Kingsport Eastman
Why can I not?
employs 7,000 people.
Am I
Not
going the right
counting
way?
the private contractors that they hire.
But it
They
goes
call
into
Eastman
division.
a city within a city because Eastman owns so much property for their plant. It's like their own city. I mean, they have their own roads, stoplights, everything down in there.
You might want to type in Bay Mountain Amphitheater, and that might help.
You know, that's a grand idea. Why didn't I think of that? Oh, because I like clicking around and just seeing everything. All right. Bay Mountain. What?
Park Amphitheater.
Ah, there we go. Okay, let's see if I can. See, I think it's going to put me inside again. Oh. Okay. All right, you tell me where to go, Eve.
That's it.
This is it right here. Oh,
Well,
look
no,
at
wait, no. Yeah. Well, keep going down that road.
Look at the water. That's so pretty. Wow, this is really cool. You can tell I've never been in the mountains.
Okay, so they had trail cams here.
Mm.
And they are not up anymore as of, I want to say July. I could be wrong, but we need to Google that because I found that very interesting.
How do we know that, though?
Let me write that down.
I think it's on the website, the Bay Mountain Park website.
Really?
Taken down in around July.
And it'll give you.
Let's see if we can see any
information on
utility poles that maybe my dad may have been involved in putting up. That'd be cool.
And it'll give you information on the Eastman Chemical donations and stuff. And like, I think they contracted with an architecture person that is known to work with Tim Mullen. I can't remember her name right now, but it's all on the website. And then GRS Construction.
Crazy.
Yeah, there's just so many connections that, you know, it's such a small area that I think, you know,
Well, like
there's
I
no
said,
telling.
Eastman is huge around here. They're called, what we call them around here is Eastmanites because there's like a big ego thing because there's so many people from Southwest Virginia because, you know, all coal mines are shut down and everything. Western North Carolina, Northeast Tennessee, they all want to work at Tennessee Eastman because of the pay and the benefits and stuff. But people that are able to get a job there feel special about themselves. So everybody else around calls them Eastmanites. Because they try to act like they're elite, you know. And they say, if you ask them where they work, they say the Eastman. They don't say Eastman. It'd be like, hey, where do you work at? And they go, Eastman. You say, where do you work at? And they go, the Eastman.
Interesting.
So, yeah,
I think you can go, there, right there.
It's not so much that way now because everybody got, you know, just.
Okay, it says here, a new amphitheater is coming to Bays Mountain Park and Planetarium next year. Eastman has given a lead gift for this project in honor of its centennial celebration in 2020, and the city of Kingsport matched the donation.
Oh, wow. Welcome, Deb. Choo-choo. Welcome to the crazy train. Buckle up, girl.
I wasn't able to look up GRS Construction. I think it's called GRC Construction.
GRC?
Mm-hmm. They are also contracted with them to get the work done.
Okay, let me Google that. Hold on.
And there's a girl that's an architecture that works with Tim Mullen on like City of Kingsport History Society or whatever he's involved in. I know that she's involved in that too.
Okay. Deneen West and GRC Construction are also partners on this project. The process will begin for the new amphitheater at Bays Mountain Park in early 2022. The bidding, okay. Let's see. Let me click on that.
So if someone, let's just say someone is involved in Eastman, not saying they are, but they would have this knowledge of this, area, and they've been working on it. And so I'm wondering if construction's going down right now. And maybe that's a good spot to check. I don't know.
It's in celebration of Eastman's 100th anniversary. We proudly support this project of one of Kingsport's most iconic attractions, Bays Mountain Park, said Perry Stuckey, Eastman's Senior Vice President and Chief Human Resources Officer. For more than 100 years, Eastman has proudly called Kingsport our home, and parks like Bays Mountain and its beautiful green spaces are one of the many contributors to our city's quality of life. We are proud to invest in ensuring that Kingsport remains a sustainable community and a desirable and attractive place to live and work.
They are definitely trying to do that. All the regions around here have been talking about rebranding us, because forever we've been known as the Tri-Cities, which is Bristol, Kingsport, and Johnson City. And they're trying to come up with a more marketable name. I think they've decided on the Appalachian Highlands.
And see, I think Kingsport's trying to literally clean up Kingsport in a sense of the drugs and the fentanyl trafficking and drug trafficking. It seems to me like they're trying to do that not only like aesthetically, but with the crime.
Yeah, I did a whole series over on my show on my channel that the Kingsport Times News did about Meth Mountain.
Yeah, and I'm thinking that that's kind of why the waiting game is going on. The waiting game to clean up some of the people involved in all this too. Like it's all one big swoop.
Yeah, exactly. I just saw somebody in chat there that said, A. Andrews says Eastman is a big deal around these parts. They even have an Eastman credit union due to all the people that are connected from the Tri-Cities to even across the state lines. A. Andrews is exactly right.
Did you see last night what I showed? Because the Eastman, so we got Jody Sue, like if you believe Reverend Donna's, which I do, we got Jody Sue's father-in-law, aka Baltimore's father. And I have pictures of
what about him?
I have him. He's a part of the Kingsport Freemasons.
But you said Andy's dad worked at Eastman?
At that chemical company. Yep, sure did.
Okay. Well, like I said, I mean, there's 7,000 people in Kings that are employed by
it seems like they've all worked there at one point. Yeah.
So I mean,
Is it
my grandfather retired from there. One of my grandfathers did.
So is it like kind of a big thing if you get hired there and you work there?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So it's kind of like being in Michigan and you get hired into one of the big three.
Yeah, exactly.
What I'm wondering is, do they kind of like, are they, well, I think everyone knows, I feel that there's very cultish things going on in this case, but I'm wondering, like, is it a bunch of Freemasons that work at Eastman, basically? Like, is that a requirement type of deal? I don't know.
Not that I'm aware of, no. I mean, I don't know how much y'all are going to freak out over that. I've got a friend that's a Freemason, but.
Yeah, that doesn't.
I do too. I know a guy down here that's in the Freemasons.
I don't think, I don't know if I've never heard of anything about that. I think it seems like I would have heard about it by now.
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah.
But, I don't know. I think, when we get back to basics, like Scott Skulls said,
That's what we're working on. trying to filter out all the noise. And
yeah, there's a lot to filter out.
but you know, it's like I said, you know, I think it was, I can't remember if it was when you were over with me or when I was over with you. We were talking about, you know, there's so much of it, so many of us invested in this research. We come across things that are they relevant to the case? Maybe, maybe not. Are they interesting as hell? Definitely, they sure are.
Yeah.
You know, so, and I think it takes a certain amount of, at least for me, you know, from a viewer standpoint, because not only am I a content creator, but I'm also a subscriber. You know, I view all of your all's channels, and so I try to use a sense of discernment on, is this one of the things that could be relevant, or is this something that's just really interesting?
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of like, that's what's so valuable, I think, about Cher going back and replaying the early phone calls. Listening to one of the main suspects is pretty damn relevant to this case, I think. Listening to what Donald Sherfy said, is it relevant? I don't know. Is it interesting? Damn sure is.
Well, yeah, I think that, you know, we all get in these rabbit holes because, you know, we don't know. If you have someone who's sending child porn, I mean, what else are they going to do? You know, it's all starts somewhere. And like you said, he wasn't receiving it. The dude was sending it.
Oh, believe me, I'm not dismissing any of them.
Well, no, I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying that's why we all get in these rabbit holes, because there's always a, he could have done it, or he could have done it. Any sexual offender could have done it. Well, we just don't know.
And things, you know, like I said, there's an interview, you know, I saw some people in chat named Tennessee Truth 423 that just was done within the past couple of days. I think that's worth a listen. Even though I'm not a subscriber to that channel, I can look beyond that and listen to what's being said by somebody else.
This doesn't look very safe. The forest walk, it says, beware. Bears have been seen on the nature trail. Proceed with caution. Do not feed or approach them. Caution. Tree in danger of falling at top of trail. Walk at your own risk. I'd be like, I'm good.
That was what happened. There was some dead limbs fell out of a tree and tore down the fence around on the wolf den. And one of the wolves got out.
Oh, wow.
They had to track that sucker down.
So Heather in chat told me to go through these photos. She said there's a gazebo there. I think she's talking about Reverend Donna, right?
Yes, go check that out. Yes.
Is that the gazebo that they were eating under? What is that? Are those cupcakes with someone's picture?
He got lunch at Dollar General. Okay, I didn't know that. He told me he went out to lunch, but he didn't tell me Dollar General.
I heard him say that not too long ago, the Dollar General thing.
Okay,
that he got
Dollar General.
He got snacks.
He got snacks at the Dollar General. Okay, Dollar General.
Ooh, look at that, Scott H.
Stress eating popcorn.
Okay, so where's this gazebo at?
Holy shit.
What?
That
dude's wearing a 5-finger death punch shirt.
Very fitting.
Do not get me started.
Oh, shoot.
He's a rocker from way back, isn't he?
You never know what you're gonna see scrolling through these pictures.
Hey, easy now. Remember, some of us live here.
Oh yeah. That's right. Look, Shannon Light posted this one.
Oh, what? Light like Fred and Frank Light?
Yeah.
Oh,
there's tons of lights.
I think I mean,
I was
Alligator did
reading
a
off
map.
out of my high school annual, all the lights and Barretts and Dykes and Morlocks, and
It's
I saw
crazy.
somebody in chat ask if I knew the Mullenix family. Yeah, there's some Mullenixes in there too.
This
And
potluck's making me hungry, Scott H. Look at that spread. Is that how
Yeah.
y'all eat there in Kingsport?
Absolutely.
Looking good.
Hey, real quick, where did y'all say that Candace was when the messenger connected, or what y'all think when that call went through to Dawn? Where do y'all suspect she was at?
I don't know.
Because I'm wondering if her Wi-Fi was connected to like someone close by that she's used before, like a Wi-Fi at a certain house, or a friend.
Yeah, like
That's why it connected,
Or okay, does no one like really even talks about it? But like the dang, well, I don't want to say the dang. The prayer garden is not even at the church that Summer so loved so much, and I always wondered like,
Y'all
why is
see
it
that
there?
TEC back there on that plaque? That's
So
Tennessee
maybe
Eastman Company.
is there Wi-Fi at that church?
Right there, Tennessee Eastman Company.
Oh, so they already were sponsoring this park. They've already been sponsoring it. Because that sign is really old. So
I can't see it. I gotta enlarge that.
Tennessee Electric Company. Is that what it's still called?
Oh, no motorized vehicles.
Tennessee Eastman Company.
See, Eastman. I thought it was electric. Okay, so that stands for Tennessee Eastman Company. So they were already sponsoring this park and this walk.
They've been doing stuff for years.
Probably 100 years since they've been there in Kingsport.
Yeah.
That gazebo was near the planetarium. If you go type in.
Yeah, I'm really confused. What do you want me to type? Because I'm not finding anything.
So go to Bays Mountain Park Planetarium, and it's around that area where the actual planetarium is.
No, if you've been connected to it, you can, like when I go to my friend and go to her Wi-Fi, I didn't need to put the password in every time I went there. It would just hook up anytime I went to her house. So she wouldn't have to remember the passcodes necessarily.
I don't think out there. I don't think out there.
Okay, there's the walkway with the iron.
There it is.
Yep, there it is.
I don't think out in them hills people would even have passwords security on their Wi-Fi.
Cher, you should send that to Donna.
This was sent. This was taken on September of 2021. This photo here of this gazebo. What did Donna say about the gazebo? I can't remember everything.
Under it, right? Or up, like upside down, or under it, or something.
Well, she was saying that there was a walkway, right, with those iron fence-like things on the side of it, and then it goes around a gazebo or to the side of it, and then it kind of
send her that picture, see if it rings a bell. Look at this, Scott H. I want to see you climb that thing and sit up there with your cowboy boots hanging off the edge, saying "Hey, Jay." Oh, Scott H. You are too funny. Look at that. That's that. Oh, that's that other thing, Eve. Remember we were on the road? We were down?
Yes. There it is.
So there's that walkway up there. That's pretty cool. It's so beautiful there. I forget that it's winter right now, though.
Oh, that mirror reflection. If you go back to that gazebo, do you see if it looks like there's a mirror reflection on that?
Let me see.
On the side of it.
Let me go back to it.
Okay, I just sent it to Reverend Donna.
Well, here's this picture. And then here's the gazebo. I don't know. There's a lot of lily pads and crap all around it.
Can you zoom in on that?
I can't. I don't think. Let me see.
Yeah, I
There
see
we go.
Dodie Redding asking, yeah, that's a fire. That was a fire tower. I don't know if that's the fire tower that.
You guys are crazy. They said a Jay and Scott love connection.
Oh my God. Scott H, who knew?
I'm telling you.
Maybe
I
the water
woke
is
up and
reflective.
found out I was bankrolling Jody Sue, so you never can
I
tell.
know. I got a little jealous there, man. I was like, what the hell?
Maybe
Now
I've been,
they're asking if you're 423 Chase.
they just
Oh,
blew my
Lord.
cover there because I've been bankrolling Jay too.
You got busted.
Well, you only
Two
got
water-
Jody Sue. You only got Jody Sue on Tuesdays and Thursdays. I got her on Monday, Wednesday, Friday.
Okay.
Hey,
How it
Reverend
works.
Donna said it was the water reflecting, and I bet you that's it. Once, all of those little lily pads are cleared out, I bet you that might be.
I
what she was
wonder
referring
if
to.
those aren't there in the beginning of summer. Scott H, you know how it gets hot and then all that algae starts to form and all of that when it gets because that's September, right? So it's been hot for a few
Right.
months. Now in June, would that be more clear? I would think it would. Look at this picture. Well, that's September. Let's see if there's any that people put in here from the summertime, because I feel like, a lot of those are lily pads, but some of it is gunk too. See, that's October. Okay, now we're back in that one. That last one was May. What is this?
I don't know what that is.
Okay, no, I guess it is always like that because this is July of 2021 right here.
Oh, okay.
So it's pretty full of lily pads, I would say. Oh, wait, here's another one, Eve. Here's July of 2020, or no, sorry, April of 2018. Look,
And
it's
see
clear.
how clear it is?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Becky says, oh, that is a clear one. She said it's always filled with lily pads.
Okay.
But look, it's not here.
Nope,
this
that
is-
looks clear right there.
Yep.
I
Tammy,
wonder
I
if they
love you.
clear it, at a certain point so it doesn't get too mucky.
Right?
And I imagine it's what part of the pond you're
Is-
at too.
Is this a stupid question? But I know there's certain places in Minnesota like that, or even in Florida, can you rent a pole and go fishing off there or no?
I don't know if you can in Bays Mountain or not. I really don't know.
Well, those other guys were fishing off of that other walkway, this one here. Right here.
Yeah, they might clear it out if there's people fishing in there. Yeah. Hey,
Look,
Amanda, welcome to
I don't
Crazy
see any fishing poles, but yeah, I don't see the water full of lily pads over in this area. So probably just depends where you're at in the water.
Yeah.
If I can find where it says that the trail cameras or one of the cameras was down since July, I'll send it. But I thought that was really interesting.
Mhm.
That
Yeah,
came
it
down in
is for
July.
sure. It is for sure. Look at this, you guys.
Look how reflective that water is.
Like a mirror, yeah.
It is. It's like a mirror. It's like God's mirror. For real. That is so pretty.
Wow.
Look at this. That looks
Hey,
like where Summer was playing.
Yes, I was just about to say that. Yep. It's beautiful there. It sucks to be looking at it for such a dark purpose.
Here's June of 2021.
I would agree, Cher, it is.
There's your stand again. Your lookout.
Yep.
Scott H's lookout. Yeah, very interesting.
But see, that's July 2021, and it looks very clear on the other side of that. So
yeah, it does. It does.
Some people will post pictures from back in the day and be like, "Oh, I forgot. I had these. Let me post these."
Hey, Seth.
What is that? What is that?
That's a silo.
It's really small.
Yeah,
I wonder if there's like a telescope in there. That kind of looks like one of those things for.
What, in that stand?
Yeah.
You gonna climb up there and check it out?
Or wait, that's not a silo then, is it? Or is it a silo?
Is it like an electrical room, maybe?
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, you're talking about the brick building or the stone building?
That looks like telescope.
Yeah.
It looks like that one of those retractable roofs, like
Right. For the one they use for like astronomy and stuff.
How cool is that? Oh, here's another one of the gazebo. Look at that. Look at that.
wow, what, November 2021, yeah. Another rabbit hole to go down is going over to Eastman and seeing that bridge too. That connects it to this little neighborhood area.
Because Eve, that's all we need are more rabbit holes.
If I have to do it, y'all have to do it.
If I gotta see it, you gotta see it.
She said yes, Eve. Shoot. She said yes. That is what she has seen in her vision.
Donna?
Yeah.
Wait,
Yes.
what?
I'm gonna send you, Jay. I'm gonna send you a text from Miss Donna.
Whoa.
She confirmed it.
Yeah, I think so. What park are you at right now? Can you say the name again?
Bays Mountain Park.
You got it.
Shut up.
I'm sending you the screenshot from Miss Donna right now.
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
I was looking at the chat here. People are saying, Cher, I'm emailing you something. Scott, I'm emailing you something. Jay, I'm emailing you something.
So she's confirming that that's her vision in her reading.
Yeah, that's the name
Wow.
she gave me in the text. She just put that in a text message. I didn't tell her where it was. I just sent her a picture and she gave the name and everything.
Well, there's been something out about that fire tower at Bays Mountain for weeks now. I can't remember. That was something on Tiffany Marie's show that she was talking about.
Ooh.
I didn't listen to what it was, but people
You
sent
can
me a
show that
message about
if
it.
you can show that, Jay. I don't know how to
I
do
didn't
it.
get anything from you. Did you text
Oh.
it?
No, I Facebooked it.
Oh, okay. I can share it.
Yeah, you can share it.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah. Don mentioned it. Okay. And then somebody said, yeah, Jennifer Frazier says Don Wells mentioned the fire tower way back. Miss Kitty says Don mentioned it. S says Mullen took a photo from at top of the fire tower, as I recall.
Who did?
Mullen.
Oh, he did.
Tim Mullen.
Guys, if I go in my email, it will keep kicking me out. I know you guys keep saying emailing stuff, but I can't pull it up right now.
Okay, I'm about to show the text right now.
Becky BQ, if you go to my channel, it will be in my about section.
She called it Mountain Bay, but it's Bay Mountain. Look.
Yeah. So all I did was send her a screenshot. I didn't tell her where you guys were looking or nothing. I just sent her a screenshot. And that's what she said.
So I've got to blow up full screen so I can read it here.
I can't make it any bigger. Wait, hang on. Yes, I can.
They just show you things, going to try to figure out which
I'll read it if you want.
Yeah.
They just show you things and you got to try to figure out which ones they are. There is a gazebo park away from behind Jonesboro Distillery, right where John, I don't know who John is, was working that day. But there is a gazebo out over the dock in Mountain Bay Park. When there isn't all that green stuff there, the reflection is crystal clear and looks much like what I saw in my vision. So it leads me to believe it is more likely to be this one in Mountain Bay Park, but I really couldn't tell you.
Oh, that other thing she wants to hear. Yeah, she wants the message that I sent TBI today.
Oh. So yeah.
Oh.
She's saying that's what she saw. Oops.
Mhm.
Hey, y'all.
Hey, girl. Hey.
Well, that's really good news. I'm really glad that she confirmed that. So maybe that's something we can look into further.
Yeah, I mean, maybe someone can go there.
Yeah.
You know, I really am thinking about going. I'm training with EquiSearch. I joined the EquiSearch Midwest team.
Oh, good for you.
Awesome.
Thank you. And I'm gonna go training down in Dickinson, Texas this weekend, and then I really do think I'm gonna just go to Tennessee, not really say anything about it, and just
just
get the
be
feels.
safe.
Yeah, I mean, if I was gonna do it, I would probably do it that way.
Yeah.
Just on a random day, not tell anybody, and
don't tell anyone,
feel it
don't
out.
go live, just document when you're there, and then when you're home safe, show it up.
Yeah.
That's what I say too. Just be quiet about it. Don't cause
Yeah, I mean,
a
why
ruckus.
make a ruckus? Exactly.
Don't
All
be
you're
trying to
gonna do is
interview people and
all you're gonna do is put people on guard. I mean, who wants to do that? You know?
Thank you, Isla. Welcome to Crazy Train.
I just want to say one thing though, because I've never commented on the protesters going there. But I do want to say, kind of to piggyback on what Scott H said earlier about the protesting. I don't know if it was Scott H or Scott Skulls, but you were saying, it doesn't work like it did at the laundries. And I completely agree with that. I think that the laundries was definitely a very unique situation. I've never seen a situation like that in following any true crime that I've watched. So I think that was kind of a unique situation. I don't think that bullhorning, protesting, yelling and screaming works at every every case. And I don't think it's appropriate in the case of a missing child. And that's just my opinion. And I just wanted to get that out there because, I've been tied in with, do you support what they're doing there? I made it very clear to JLR when I was invited to go there with them that I did not want to do that I did not want to, take part in any kind of protesting there in Tennessee because I didn't think that it was appropriate or even going to work. I mean, if they're up on the top of a mountain and they can't even hear them, what's the point?
Right.
Well, it's not even about them hearing them. Protesting is all about the public people. And if there's no people, then what is there to protest? You're not gonna get anywhere.
Well, I think they were gonna try to put heat on the wells like they did the laundries, but it just doesn't work that way. It's not the same. It's not the same at all, in my opinion.
Yeah, and you and I talked I don't honestly believe it was them putting pressure on for the laundries that worked anyway. She had already had an interview recorded. So she was already going to be, I don't know. I don't think
Look at Seth. Look at Seth.
Well, then
heels be gone.
Heels be gone.
And you can't call people. You can't call people names and then expect them to talk to you either.
No, of course not.
That's the other thing. And he won't come and search with me. Oh, Don will come and search. Well, do you blame him? Like you tried to make him look like shit for not going in the woods and walking around with y'all.
Or like trying to get him drunk and
Dude, Don told me the things that were said to him by a specific person. I don't even need to say the name, but he was offered to go back to a motel room with somebody. I'm telling you, and to drink whiskey. That's sick. That's some sick shit. That brings me back to the Watts case. And we got creators sending their titties to Chris Watts so that they can try and get some more information above another creator. Like, get real, you guys.
Gross. Just gross.
Yeah.
Just gross.
Well, Jay, I appreciate you saying that because I know you explained to me you were friends with JLR and,
Mr.
from
Cher.
Hey, Mr. Cher.
Hello, everybody.
Go ahead,
from
Scott.
an investigative standpoint, it gets the people around there when there's that kind of ruckus and stuff going on, just disrespect.
Mm-hmm.
And it gets the people around there sick of it. And they're like, well, I ain't going to say nothing because I don't want them sons of bitches coming up and protesting and bullhorning at my house.
Right. I mean, to be honest with you, they kind of...
It makes it hard for the true investigators.
He's getting
because the people eventually get to a point and they're just like, the hell with y'all. We ain't talking to nobody.
Right. And I think that they ruined any chance of anyone coming there and, you know, taking anyone serious.
Yep.
And that's what pisses me off.
I agree 100%.
That's what I told JLR. I said, I'm not going there. I want nothing to do with Molly Golightly. She makes a mockery of everything she touches. And I don't want Summer's case to be made a mockery of. You know, and that's exactly what she did. And, you know, I've known JLR for a long time before he ever got involved in this stupid heels on the ground, which I told him I thought was a mistake from the beginning, that it was not going to end well.
Yeah.
And because I've known Molly, I told him this. I've seen her crash and burn so many times in the past 3 years when it comes to cases she follows. But nonetheless, they did what they did. And I've known him for probably about 8 or 9 years now. And I know him in a different way, a different capacity. He lives in my community. Okay. So it's a different thing than just watching him online. So I just want to make that clear. I don't agree with everything that, you know, my friends do. Right. You know, I don't have to. But I absolutely do not think that he should have. I think he could have done better had he not been mixed up with the 2 women that he was. I think maybe he could have gotten at least some good interviews, you know, stuff like that.
I have a question for you then, Jay, since you knew her in before. So is that her typically, or do you feel somebody rubbing off on her and just like, you know how some people bring out the worst in others? Because that's kind of
that's just her. No, it's just her.
Okay, I was just curious.
Yeah, no, she's always been like that. If you were to see the videos she deleted where she played games with Frankie Rusek and Sandra Rusek after Shanann Watts was killed, I mean, disgusting, and always throwing money at people. So I knew exactly it was gonna crash and burn, and it wasn't gonna look good. And it wasn't going to go over well with the folks there in Hawkins County. And I told Jonathan, I said, I've been talking to like 3 or 4 locals, like coming in my lives. And I'm not talking about locals that have put themselves in the spotlight. I'm talking about just people who are listening to all of these live streams. And I said, those are the people that you need to talk to. Those are the people that you need to meet with when you go there, not go on Ben Hill Road with bullhorns and big titties hanging out, making a mockery of the situation, because it's not a joke.
I actually made a video about that. Retired FBI agent Joe Navarro. I posted like the 4 or 5 steps of interrogation, and he specifically said that escalation 90% of the time gets you nowhere and actually backtracks the person that you're interrogating, because they will literally forget details because they're stressed. So it does no good.
Someone just said, I thought you didn't talk about other creators. Molly's not a creator. I don't consider Molly a creator. Molly does nothing but cause problems. That's not a creator. That's someone who goes on YouTube and goes live. That's not creativity. That's not creation. It's nothing of the sort.
Right.
Well, everybody wants me to get a channel, and I want to be a creator, and I want to get emails. So I'm going to start a new channel. It's going to be called Trolls Are Us, and I'm just going to make bloopers. I'm going to make bloopers with everybody else's, all the other YouTubers' content.
And you will rule the internet.
I think you should just call it Scott Skulls.
All the drama. I do have one, but it's my drawing. It's my art, not nothing else.
Well, hey, can we talk for a second about what Scott Skulls is going to do for Summer's birthday?
If you have to.
If we have to?
Of course we have to.
Let's hear it, Scott Skull.
Okay.
I'm not
Scott Skulls.
Yes. Tell us what you're going to do, Scott.
Well, I got a video that I'm going to send you too. That's got to do with the purple that you wanted. Probably tomorrow night. I'll do it and then send it to you.
Nice.
For your collage thing. But so apparently you're going live for 6 whole hours.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm gonna
I was gonna ask Cher to do a 6-hour, like we can together do 12 hours for you guys.
Oh,
but we'll talk about that offline. We'll talk about that offline. Go ahead, Scott.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do is it's probably gonna be pretty big. Probably like 3 foot by 4 foot maybe. And I need some photos, not the ones that everybody sees all the time.
Well, you can only use the ones on the website, Scott Skulls.
Yeah.
There are only approved photos on the Find Summer Wells website.
But I'm not putting out a photo. I want some good ones to put together to use as a reference. Like I look at a bunch to draw. So I'm not like copying a picture, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm going to it's not really a collage. I'm going to do a whole scene. Like, I shouldn't probably give it all up, but it'll have her in it.
Don't tell us what it is.
It'll be her, but there'll be a bunch more elements going on in it. And I'm going to use charcoal because that's what I usually use. I'm going to use charcoal, but I'm probably going to use some acrylic and I'm going to probably use purple pastel too.
Okay, so Scott is going to do this live. So we're going to go live on Jayis4Justice and he's going to share screen, put his camera on his canvas, right?
Yeah.
Or whatever it is you're drawing on.
I'll use paper.
How long will that take you? I mean, does that take like a couple hours? I mean, I know I've watched like people do that live and some people are just like, this one guy does it upside down. You just see a bunch of stuff and then he flips it around and then you see what it is. It's crazy.
Well, there's a lot of different techniques I use. Music really influences how the drawing looks for me. But I speed draw too. So I can like draw something in 3 minutes, 5 minutes.
I'd like you to take your time on this and
really a really good one.
Yeah.
A really good one, like super hyper realistic, takes me like a month. So it won't be abstract, but it's not going to be super hyper realistic either. I mean, it'll look
what
good.
do you want to do with it after?
I don't know.
I was thinking about that today. I was like, I wonder if I don't know. I wonder if there's something. I don't know. We'll have to see. But I'm super excited to showcase that. And thank you for offering to do that, Scott. I think it's something that I've never seen done before on YouTube.
Well, and I want to show her in a completely different way too, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. I mean, through your art, through your that's creativity, right? That's a creator.
Well, I put my emotion behind it. So it's going to be, most of my stuff is really emotive. Like people look at it and it brings some sort of emotion. Yes.
You feel it.
So I want to bring her to life basically on the paper and show her in a whole different way.
Nice. Nice.
If that makes sense.
It does make sense. So we're going to be doing this on Friday. I haven't figured out a time. We got to talk and I'll fit it with your schedule and then I want to talk to Cher as well. So we can talk about that offline and see what Miss Cher wants to do.
Playing a summer palooza. Just go 12 hours with it.
A summer palooza, yeah. I mean, 6 hours for her 6 years, right? Each one of us will do 6 hours for her 6 years.
And she's so special, she deserves double that.
She really does. She really does.
I'm for it.
Well,
and I think that maybe you guys would be good at the nighttime because you'll have Mr. Cher too.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe you can decorate his beard for the summer palooza.
Purple.
Yeah, purple something that comes out.
Yeah.
So, Cher, you got any of that purple hair dye left? Or
I do.
I saw Mr. Cher clipping your hair the other night, dancing around. He's so fun. He's such a good guy. You guys are a great couple, and I think that you would be perfect to do the 6 hours as well. So
he's gonna learn the Paw Patrol song to sing it for Summer's birthday.
Well, since you guys are doubling
Aw.
down and doing 6 and 6,
Mhm.
I'm gonna double down and I'm gonna draw with both hands at the same time.
Really? Can you do that?
Yeah,
Oh,
I can draw 2 different pictures at the same time, one with left hand, one with right hand.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah.
wait,
Oh, wow.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Yeah, so that's Friday.
Okay, that's crazy. Because
Yeah.
I can't even
That's
write
insane.
with my left hand.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's no way I could do that.
Yeah. So since you guys are doubling down, I will.
Hey,
Nice.
Oh, this is gonna be fun.
I have chills. Not
That's
like
awesome.
Donna, though. I don't have chills on my legs.
Like,
I
yeah.
got them on my arms. But for real,
Well,
it gives
you
me
guys, I'm
chills.
going live again in less than 2 hours. I'm gonna go eat me.
Oh, shoot.
Hubby brought me home a poutine, and then I'm gonna play a bunch of stuff tonight, but not what TV I said I can't. So, well, they said they'd rather I don't play the one, but I have multiple other things that we should probably go over and listen to.
What time does that start, Cher?
2 hours.
8
No, wait,
o'clock
what are we on?
Eastern.
5:30?
Uh-uh.
So an hour and a half it's set for.
Hey,
you've got
Carrie.
you've
Carrie's
got a
in chat.
reminder up.
They're all gonna laugh at you. Remember that movie, Carrie?
Oh, yeah.
And the mom says they're all gonna laugh at you. Every time I see her in chat, I would say that to her. She just said that.
hey Jay, I'm doing
Summer
something,
Palooza.
I'm doing something with ink, but it's not drawing. So if
You are?
on Friday. So if you want me to email you what that is, I'm not going to tell everyone. Maybe.
Maybe you can come up and share that with us.
Yes.
Do you want to do that?
Yes.
Or you can come on shares, whichever one. I think that'd be awesome. I think anybody who wants to share something, email and let us know. Email Cher or myself and let us know. And we will make like a little itinerary for people, at this time to call in or whatever.
You got lanterns? That's perfect. I want to go to Walmart to see if there's helium balloons because Mr. Cher and I did talk about going somewhere and releasing a prayer balloon, purple balloon.
Hey, before you go eat, Cher, I have one question for Scott H. before we sign off here that I've been wanting to ask him, but I keep forgetting. Did you go to the vigil at the lake?
No, I did not.
Okay. Someone told me, and I can't remember who it was. It was a while back, said that you were the one praying and talking at the vigil.
No.
Okay, that wasn't you. Okay.
No.
Well, thanks for clearing that up. I was watching the video and scanning it, trying to find Scott H. I'm just kidding.
It was me. It was me.
Yeah, I know it was you, Scott Skulls.
Nobody's
that's right.
seen me. I'm mysterious.
There is a picture of me in one of my videos on my channel, but you'll have to go through hundreds of hours of content to find it.
I better get the team on it. I better get them on it.
We're gonna find it.
You changed your logo too from black to white.
I don't know why it does that. When I come on StreamYard, it does that one. I don't know.
Huh.
That was originally what my avatar was with a white background, and then I found one with a black background that I like better. But for some reason, it.
Look at it, Anne. Anne says, "What if Scott H is Tim Mullen?" Dun dun dun.
No, he'd be
gonna
yelling,
be
"It's
so
Jimmy!
many-
It's Jimmy! Jimmy! It's Jimmy!"
I asked Ziggy. I said, "So what'd you think of Jimmy?" She's like, "Jimmy." I'm like, "Tim." She's like, "Oh." She said she didn't meet him. She didn't meet him.
Interesting. Welcome
She
to
went
Crazy
up-
Train,
They
Emma.
must have copies of the NDAs up there for when people come up. So.
Oh, I bet. I bet. That's interesting.
Yes,
Well-
lanterns are beautiful. I love those lanterns. I don't think they're sad. I think they're beautiful. I think they're peaceful.
Yeah, I think they're really pretty. The kids and I have done them a few times just because, they're pretty.
They are pretty to watch go up.
And they are you can get the biodegradable ones, guys. So, but you're right
So
about the balloon.
if you guys want to go to my Facebook page, Jayis4Justice, I made a post, and then underneath the post in the comment section, if you want to put a picture of, like your purple candle or, your lanterns or lights or whatever it is, that you're going to light up for summer, I'm going to put a video together of everybody's pictures, videos, whatever it is they send me. If you want to just post a prayer or something you want to say, how summer has changed your life or affected your life. I mean, we've all followed this for 8 months, going on 8 months now.
Mm-hmm.
So she's affected us somehow because we're all still sitting here 8 months later. So I think if, all those things compiled together will just be a really good sentiment from the YouTube community to kind of, counter all of this nasty stuff that has gone on in Summer's name. And I think that, on her birthday is a good day to honor her.
Absolutely.
Yep. And yes, I will. Who said that? I got to see the name there. What's that name say, guys, that I have pinned? Happy girl, welcome to the crazy train. Choo choo.
Oh, happy girl. Thanks for joining.
You have to say it. I'm sorry.
All right, well, go eat your dinner and we'll see you back here in a little bit. Cher is a busy woman lately.
I know, it was really good. I really appreciate you guys. This is what coming together looks like. This is one of my favorite lives, actually, because it was productive.
Yeah,
and it doesn't even feel like it's been over 4 hours, honestly. It's like, really? Holy cow.
Great conversation.
Yeah, so thank you guys, everyone on panel. Scott, Jay, and Eve. And I hope you guys will come back tonight because I got some crazy shit for you.
Absolutely. Wouldn't be anywhere else.
All right, I love y'all. Thanks, Mod. You guys are awesome.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye.